recording.
Okay.
Oh, now it popped up. It's back again.
Okay, well, it is 8 o'clock. I will call the meeting to order. If we could stand for the pledge, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, anyone for public discussion this morning? Yes. If you want to come up and state your name and let us know what you're after.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
My name is William Bradford. Some of you know me. I just want to discuss just a little bit, and I'll let you guys discuss it in your agenda. Okay? I'm going to give you my thoughts and my opinion that has been out for a long time there. I live at Hoberton. My grandfather, probably about 78, so I was 6 years old running around out there. And back then, we could ride our mini bikes, go-karts, bicycles, all that stuff. And, you know, it was pretty good time, okay? Can't do that today, okay? My boys grew up out there, want to do the same thing I did, and we can't do that. There's too much traffic, okay? I went from 5 o'clock out there and you didn't see any traffic, and we could go to the co-op and do whatever we wanted. Can't do that today, okay? What we all have seen it happen on last Monday, accident, very well could have been avoided. Could have been avoided, big time, okay? Somebody lost a daughter, sister, mom, friend, okay? I see it happen a lot out there, okay?
Complete your thoughts, see what happened a lot.
Rolling through the stop sign.
Okay, you haven't said that.
Sorry, excuse me, yeah. 210th Street, 90th Avenue, okay? And we were all sent a letter about the building that was built out there by Mr. Toges, who no longer owns that building, and our thoughts. And it blocks a view from that direction big time, right on that corner, okay? Now, we can't change the past, but we can change the future, okay? And we can change the future for better, all right? So, the following day, at 12:50, I went home for lunch, and at 12:50 I come back to town, I stopped at the stop sign, I take a left, I'm watching a semi going north. Come up to that stop sign, going north. And I'm thinking to myself, he's not gonna stop. And by golly, he didn't. He rolled right through that thing. And I was very upset. And sometimes you just had enough. And I probably shouldn't have, but I did, and I turned around and I got him stopped, and then called the sheriff's department, and they came out. Maybe you've heard about it, maybe not. But the sheriff had a discussion with me that I can't be doing that, which I understand, okay? And the truck driver, we had a short discussion, and we waited for the sheriff to come. And the sheriff talked to me, and then I told him where I would be if he needed to see me after he got done. And he came and talked to me. Things are good, the trucker understood. But that's all it takes. And the bad thing is it puts a bad name on the truckers, okay? Because cars and trucks do the same thing, all right? It's just when you're stopping what's a semi-way? Exactly. When you're going to stop on them, those guys don't want to stop. They want to put that thing in neutral and actually stop and then get an 80,000-pound boat going again, unfortunately. What's gonna fix it? is probably some traffic tickets. I don't think adding a flashing stoplight out there is gonna fix it, cause it's in their head, they don't wanna stop, they just wanna keep going, okay? And that is such a big avenue right there, from skipping town for truck drivers and people. A lot of people come down 210th from Whittemore, work in that area, and they live that area, they come to town to work, okay? An hour later, you could have a bus full of kids, okay? And that really touches me here for more of a personal reason, okay? So, I don't think just putting a flashing stop sign is gonna help, alright? Cause I've lived out there my whole life and I see it happen almost every day. The following day, Friday, my wife witnessed the same thing with a semi rolling through there. Unfortunately, we see semis easier because they're bigger and all that, okay? But it happened with cars and trucks also, alright? So I don't wanna put a bad name on the semi drivers. I will say this, Smithfield trucks are very good at stopping, and sometimes they stop way too long. But that's okay, you know? But I just wanna say that the biggest traffic out there with Smithfield, they obey the laws. I mean, you know, so stoplights, basically physical stoplights. You know, you guys got a big road ahead of you right now, and there's other people here that are gonna discuss it too, but I wanted to share my thoughts and what I see almost every day. And hopefully we can make a change for the better, and I hope that maybe I change somebody's life the following day and made a difference, okay? That's all I got, I guess. It's a very big thing to think about, and trying to get words out is tough too. So, good luck to all of you, and see if we can make it better, okay?
Very good.
Okay, thank you.
And when she gave me this, I kinda figured those numbers would be right with that, you know? So, but it's a physical head thing that they gotta stop, and they're not, okay? And how can you change that? Cause if they don't wanna stop, they're not gonna stop. But when you get in their pocketbook, they will, okay? So, thank you for giving me the time.
I'm gonna ask you, so sum it
Yes.
up, people know the stop sign's there in general. I'm not sure we heard the final word on whether the truck driver was local or it was not local. The truck wasn't local, the driver wasn't either.
Nebraska's what I understood, but
So did he know it was there? He
Well,
didn't know it was there.
there are two sets of rumble strips
I'm aware
there.
of that.
So, I mean,
Yep.
man, that semi was loaded. And that semi was just in the corner of that ditch, okay? If you got an 80,000 pound semi loaded and you're going 50 mile an hour, you're gonna go a lot farther than that, in my opinion, okay? So, that's just my opinion.
So he was slowing down.
I think he rolled through that stop sign, that's my opinion.
At what speed, do we know?
Don't know that, so,
I think the laws of physics support
Yeah.
what you just said. If
Yeah.
you were going 45, 50, 55
Yeah.
through there and didn't even blink, you wouldn't have been in the other side of the intersection.
right,
You would have been through there no matter what happened versus a car.
The driver that you stopped,
Yeah.
what did he have to say for himself? Did you ask him, did you not see it? Did you ask?
So, the conversation was, I said, you roll through that stop sign back there. And he immediately told me he had a camera in the truck and that you can't impede the flow of traffic. And I said, you realize what happened? Do you have any idea what happened back there yesterday at this time? You know, and he didn't really say much, he just said, call the police department, I got you on camera. I'm like, alright, we got it on camera, I will call, so I did. And I wasn't gonna, I just wanted to point it out, you know, but I did,
So he intentionally rolled through it?
yeah, yep.
Okay. That's just what I wanted to know,
Yeah.
if it was a,
And my,
yeah, I didn't know there was a
Yeah.
stop sign there, which, I mean, you can see them, but,
Oh, yeah.
yeah.
And there's a stop ahead sign, you know, there, and so,
Okay,
What about speed going through Overton?
so speed is 45 through
I'm
there.
aware of all that, yeah.
Yep.
What are they doing?
I would say a lot of them are going faster than that. I mean, you can hear them. And I will admit, I was young once too, I did the same stuff, okay? And I've grown up and I've learned a lot. Somebody talked about that, we learn as we get older, you know? But it's 45 through there. I don't have a radar gun, but you can tell some that are going way over that when they start basically, and they're going. And before they fix the railroad tracks, you could really tell them they're going fast, okay? Maybe we tear the railroad tracks back up and make it like it was. Then they gotta slow down through there. But, so that's that's another thing too, is people don't, that short jump at 45 where it's like 55 everywhere else around there is a pretty tough thing too.
But it's 45 starting back at the north side of Smithfield's
Yeah.
corporate office.
Yep.
So it's
Yeah.
probably close to a quarter mile, 45.
Right, right. So there, I've seen some areas that do put a flashing light up on those signs, you know, a yellow light or whatever. I don't know what you're allowed to do by the state and this and that, you know? But yeah, but it comes down to a mental thing of physically not stopping. And how do you fix that? How do you fix the person, you know?
No, very good, yeah,
Thank
appreciate
you for
your
your comments.
sharing and giving first-hand experience there, so.
Okay, thank you, everybody.
Yeah.
yeah, thanks.
Okay, anyone else for public discussion this morning? There's, there's conversation. If not, okay. If not, I will entertain a motion to approve the agenda and minutes from April 28th.
So moved.
Motion by Garmin, need a second? You did, okay, second by Josh. Any discussion on the agenda or minutes? If not, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carried. Next up, we have the claims and the drainage claims.
I'll make a motion.
Okay, we have a motion by Haas to approve the claims.
I'll second.
Second by Garmin. Any questions or discussion on the claims? If not, then all in favor of approving, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carried. We then have our budget status report, it's in your board packet. Any questions on that? Otherwise, appreciate Tammy putting that together. We'll acknowledge that for the record. Okay, and then we have approval of resolution number 05052601, payment of certain FY 25-26 compensation in excess of previously approved annual amounts solely due to conversion from monthly to bi-weekly payroll.
Yeah, so we knew that when we were switching from monthly to bi-weekly, we knew that because there would be an additional pay period for some employees, there would be a bigger pay rate in the fiscal year. It's not changing their pay rate or how much they're getting total, it's just for that fiscal year. So the attorney had sent us a resolution they've used for other counties that have gone through this.
$100 and good.
Yes, yep, and then attached in your packets, I put the employees who it affects and the amounts that it affects. And so we're just asking that you approve this resolution.
Okay,
Motion to approve.
motion by Stecker to approve,
Second.
second by Haas. Discussion on the resolution.
Yeah, it obviously went through our auditing firm too, just kind of make sure that everything's good there as well.
The auditing firm for a resolution?
No, for doing the pay.
Moving to bi-weekly pay.
Oh,
Well-
just so they know that we have this resolution, you mean?
No,
say, make sure that Elizabeth has a copy then. Just so,
After we approve it.
yeah, after we approve it, just because then that way if there's a question, when they go through payroll, they have that resolution to show that.
The resolution will be kept with the payroll stuff, but
Yeah, they'll look at it when they go through the audit process, I'm sure. That'll be normal.
Okay. Any other discussion on that resolution? Okay, if not, roll call vote please.
Wactor,
Yes.
Garmin,
Yes.
Stecker,
Yes.
Haas.
Yes.
Nath.
Yes. Resolution passes. Okay, then we have discussion decision to appoint financial advisor for issuances of financing for the Buffalo Township Urban Renewal Amendment Plan. We spoke about this last week, had discussed Northfield Securities is who we used in the past, for developing some things. It's the board's intention to continue with them, or any other ideas, I'll take the motion anytime. Or questions,
I'll
or,
make a motion to use Northland Securities for our TIF projects and financing.
okay, there's a motion by Stecker to go with Northland,
Josh.
I'll second.
you know, Josh, you gonna second that? Any discussion on going with Northland for urban renewal amendment plan?
Feel obligated to ask, you worked with them in the past, you like them, fees comparable?
I don't know if we've even
I
looked
don't
with them
have
to
any.
that extent.
I don't think we've done
To have
any issuing
fees.
bonds, we've only done internal loans so far.
Mhm.
I've heard a positive reaction from other counties that have used them and supervisors that I've talked to, but I don't know. And I mean, I think they were helpful during the development of the TIF, but I don't have any of the rest of the details memorized, I guess. I'd say there's probably a couple major or common companies that are used in Iowa by counties, but Northland's definitely one that's used by quite a few.
Were they quick?
I mean,
Quick to respond if we have questions and quick to get it going, cause
I think reasonably, yeah, I mean, I haven't had big issues that way, I guess.
I mean, we haven't worked with anybody extensively on that at all in the boardroom, so
I know.
hard to say something.
Yeah, I know
just with the urban renewals,
Yeah.
who you used, so I was just
Yeah.
wondering if that process went
Oh.
smoothly.
Oh,
and
yeah.
it was
When
quick.
we, yeah, when we worked with her, she was pretty quick to get us, answers and
Mhm.
things like that, help us. figure things out.
Yeah, and that's who I had texted and asked about the timing of start to finish through a bond process, and she had said plan for at least 8 weeks, which, I mean, that was just information, but yeah.
Okay.
Okay, well, any further discussion or questions? Okay, if not, all in favor of approving Northland Securities, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, any opposed? Motion carried. It looks like we'll need to call Doug up. We're up to discussion stop signs on Hobart and Blacktop. Yeah, I can start
You
signing.
guys have something else you wanted to say on that as well?
Hi Doug, Howard, up in the
Would you like to
boardroom.
Explain our.
We're up to the Overton stop
This.
sign. You wanna- Okay, thank you.
No, I just picked up this instead of that.
This is just payroll?
Mhm.
Yeah, okay.
Did you guys pull this off the DOT website?
What's that?
Is this from the DOT, it says?
The information,
Rationales.
yeah, I have the, actual information that's all just pulled from this and then put onto a much easier to digest format. This is
Yeah.
like 50 pages, if I make copies for everyone, it's a lot,
Oh, yeah.
but I can,
Yeah, no,
I
understandable.
think with
it's,
it.
yeah, it's a lot to,
The, what she's talking about, the last pages.
I did not. Okay, well, I missed Al giving me the details.
This is the first.
I don't know that you have to, but it would only make sense to do that. The other one had a better.
Good morning, Doug.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Okay, well, we are up to the stop signs on the Holden Blacktop. I know you've included a few things in our packet for information to review, Doug.
Okay, yes.
And
I haven't seen it.
we haven't seen,
It's
okay,
there, I know,
okay,
but
okay. Well, it is there.
I know.
As well as, I know some of our EMS crew has put together some data, handed out to the board this morning as well. And, yeah, I guess anything that you had to say, Doug, about it at all for the board? I know EMS staff would like to say something pertaining to the agenda item as well.
Well, yeah, I'll start off, there's a file in your folder, labeled 1/2026 Iowa DOT traffic fatality information. The first page of that document is dated April 22nd of 2026, which was, I believe, Wednesday.
Yep.
Wednesday before our safety meeting, our secondary road safety meeting. I go over this information with our secondary road department twice a year. But you can see in 2026, on Wednesday, April 22nd, 2026, there was 79 fatalities in the state of Iowa on Iowa roadways. And if you look underneath there, you can see how that compares with the previous 5 years. And you can see what the increase from last year, which happens to be 12, increase from the low of the last 5 years, which happens to be 16. It's 10 over the average of the last 5 years, and 7 increase from the 5-year average. Anyway, 79 fatalities. It comes down to a question of how many fatalities do we want on Iowa roads? What is the significant number? And somebody's gonna say 300, 400, 500. And I'll ask the very same question then. How many of your own family members are allowed to be killed on Iowa roads? And that number is 0. How many of your friends? That number is 0. So what can we do in the state of Iowa to make our roads so no one ever gets killed on them? I don't have an answer. The second page of that document is this morning's. In the state of Iowa, we're up to 90. So in 13 days, we've increased 21 fatalities. And that includes a fatality at the intersection of McGregor Road and the Boat Hobart Road, which is a lot. So in Iowa per year, you can see on the second full file there, you can see between 2003 and 2025, the number of fatalities going from 450 down to 258. Last year was wonderful, we were below 300. That was the first time in over 100 years that we're that low. Since these statistics have been taken. And you can see in Kossuth County right below that, in 2025 we had 0, but in 2024 we had 3. We go from 4 to 0. Again, just information. The third piece of information that I gave is a history between 2016 and 2024. 2025 presently, it's up to date today. Well, I actually printed it and started working on it last week. So if there's been some serious injury crashes, there's some 79 suspected serious injury crashes. And there was one at this very same intersection, August 27 of 2022 at 8:05 p.m. Travel south. The unit that was hit was westbound. It was dark, raining. The surface conditions were wet. But we did have a suspected serious injury crash at this intersection on that day. And then you can see the fatalities, the crashes. That's the fourth file. I got a table, I've got a location map, and then also just a brief explanation of what happened on all of those. Some of them are at intersections, some of them are losing control, failure to yield at intersections, driving too fast, they've got drug impaired, alcohol impaired, crossing center line for whatever reason. So that's just some information about the county as a whole. I think it's important. They used to talk about trying to prevent accidents, and they used 5 E's, education, enforcement, engineering, emergency personnel, and everyone. Everyone doing their best to try to eliminate accidents. The state patrol, we had state patrol trooper who came to our last safety meeting that Friday, the 24th, and they have a new acronym, it's called SIDE. Wear your seat belts, don't drive impaired, don't be distracted while you're driving, and don't use excessive speed. So, I talked with the trooper that is investigating this accident. That was Thursday of last week. The investigation is not complete. He still had a lot of work to do. I was going to contact him in a couple weeks and talk to him to see what his final investigation has to say about everything. I guess with that, I have not had this. I can certainly review it and go from there.
Okay.
The Iowa Crash Analysis Tool, that's my source as well.
Yep. Yeah, if you'd like to speak to anything as well as.
Do you want us to present here or to come up front?
You can come up front is fine, yeah.
It'll look good for the people watching it tonight.
That's right.
So, after the accident we had last Monday, Liz came to me and she wanted to do some research on the accidents there. It seems like we go to quite a few accidents at that intersection. So she asked permission to dig in and to do some research. So her and Ellen, I think, are the two that did most of the legwork on all this information, but they spent several hours, many hours, on the phone, compiling information and then compressing it down to this format that she presented to you guys. The information she has is based on facts on the county intersections in Kossuth County. She can present the information, she has more knowledge on it. I have reviewed this with her, I know what's here, I know it's accurate. Anyway, I'm gonna let her present it, but it's based on stop signs on the intersections in Kossuth County, and then more detailed on this one intersection. We can make a difference, and by doing something at an intersection, we can make a difference. A stop sign's too low, it's not visible, we need to do something different. Whether you do something above and beyond that, the minimum we need to do at the intersection is change that stop sign, put a lot of taller, lighted stop sign there. Anyway, I'll let Liz present. Liz Grimm, also I have other EMS people here. I got Evan, James Lowe, Ellen, and back there I have Brian and Hannah. We don't wanna keep going to that intersection. If we can prevent something, we need to do something. So, anyway, Liz.
Do you guys want to see what these reports look like that I pull information from? I'm happy to.
Maybe send us a PDF.
I can do that, I think that'd be a lot easier, cause there's some notes and stuff written on there.
That's my thought.
Yeah,
that's fine,
absolutely, can do
that's
that,
fine.
so I can scan it in and send it over.
Yeah.
So I gathered information on these stop sign related accidents on Kossuth County secondary roads. I do wanna walk through what I found looking at these accidents, both from the data and what I've seen firsthand. I started noticing this pattern a few years ago, and this report confirms what I believe to be true that's going on out there. I looked at 49 intersection related accidents, with the major cause being listed as stop sign related. When I grouped everything by intersection and looked at the severity of the location, looked at the severity of the crashes, the location of 210th and 90th Avenue stands out. That's known locally as McGregor and Hoberton Blacktop. Not only are there more accidents at this intersection, they are more severe. In an attempt to be as objective as possible in this handout, I did expand the data to include all crashes at the intersections that were identified as high risk, and the outcome was the same, that the 210 and 90th Avenue is like the highest risk intersection on this report. That tells me that this is likely not random, that this is a pattern that we're seeing with these crashes. The other thing that stands out in the southbound approach is the data and the frequency and severity of the accidents related to the southbound stop sign. It varies drastically from the northbound accidents that are stop sign related. There's a problem, whether it's visibility, driver awareness, or something else. From what I've seen, either working in the hospital or now out in the field, if we don't do anything, this is going to continue, and I would like to try to not have that be the case if at all possible, and now is a great time to try to step in and fix what we have going on. So this first page of this report, I watched the meeting from last week. Questions that were asked is like, can we identify intersections where stop sign accidents are a recurring problem? Is McGregor and Hoberton Blacktop intersection different from other high-risk intersections? For the people who are just gonna watch this, I'm probably just gonna read what's written on here. So I have, this report is generated from a list of 49 accidents or traffic incidents from January 1st, 2018 to the current date. Information is obtained from the Iowa Crash Analysis Tool on the Iowa DOT website. 49 collisions were selected using the inclusion criteria of ran stop sign or failure to yield right away from the stop sign listed as the cause of the accident. Incidents were required to be intersection related, involve multiple vehicles, and occur on secondary roads. Of note, 49 of these incidents, of these 49 incidents, 43 were classified as broadside collisions, known also as T-bone or right angle collisions. It's pretty accepted that those are some of the worst car crashes you can have to deal with because of the lack of safety features on the sides of cars. The crash data below is, of the 49 incidents, data from 38 have been included in the chart below, which is page 2 and 3. 11 incidents, were excluded as they occurred at intersections where secondary roads intersect highways 9, 15, 18, or 169. Those intersections are the jurisdiction of the Iowa DOT when it comes to signage, so they're not relevant to this report. Crash data below is grouped by intersection clusters and evaluated using a weighted severity scoring method. The purpose is to identify high-risk intersections with both high crash frequency and high index of injury severity. Data analysis identified 4 intersections in Kossuth County with 2 or more qualifying incidences, indicating that there is a repeat crash pattern rather than isolated events. So of those intersections on page 2, you can see the 4 that have more than one incident. They were put into this table below. Of note, each crash is assigned a base value of 1 point for the incident happening. Additional weighting reflects the number and severity of injuries, emphasizing intersections where outcomes are more severe and intervention is most critical. So number of crashes gets 1 point, possible injuries gets 1, minor injuries gets 2, major injuries gets 4, and fatalities get 8 points. So of the 4,
Question there.
Go ahead.
So if you score an 8 with the fatal, does that take major, minor, and possible out of the equation?
yes.
Okay.
Yep, so in this category, so for 500th and 150th Ave, which is north of Ledyard, there's 2 crashes scoring 2 points and with a total of 3 minor injuries for a total of 8 points. Does that make sense? So 2 plus 3 times 2, it equals 8. Is how the math is calculated. 370th and 20th, which is right off Highway 15, there's a little intersection before that curve north of Fenton. There's 3 crashes with a total of 9 points. 330th and 220th is just northeast of Titanca. There's 3 crashes with a total of 8, and then there are 7 crashes at 210 and 90th, the total score of 40. The conclusion on that is the intersection of 210 and 90th demonstrates a recurring pattern of stop-controlled crashes with 1 fatality, several multiple injury collisions. Both the frequency and severity of the crashes at this location significantly exceed typical expectations for these intersections. Without intervention, the likelihood of these crashes recurring is higher than to be expected. If we skip over to page 4 past these, this graph is just a reflection of what's on page 3. This is the incidences marked out. Those were double and triple checked for numbers. So the other question I heard asked in the last meeting was if we change 1 stop sign, do we change all, and how do we decide? So to be objective, this includes all crash data from these 4 intersections, so not just stop sign related crashes and information on them. So below is the all crash data from January 2016. You'll see the dates are a little bit different on the comprehensive report. I can only pull 50 at a time. I didn't have unlimited time to work on this, so there's a little more information included in the all crash report versus the stop sign only crash report. So 500th remained the same, 2 accidents, 8 points. 370th and 220th went up by 1 accident, and that score increased by 3 to 12. 330 and 220 remained the same, and 210 and 90th saw an increase from 7 crashes to 11, with a total score increase from 40 to 51. What I'm trying to say with this information is that I don't think all intersections need these flashing stop signs or upgrades, that prioritizing the McGregor-Overton intersection is important for the relevance of the discussion. And then on the last page, I did do a major cause analysis. Major cause is the cause listed for accidents on these reports. And this is only for the McGregor-Overton or the 210 and 90th. So below is all crash data from January 2016 to present date extracted from the Iowa Crash Analysis Tool on the Iowa DOT website. This data only represents 210 and 90th. Accidents caused by a ran stop sign and failure to yield right of way from a stop sign are separated by northbound and southbound direction of travel. All other causes are separated in groups. So for a total of 11 accidents, 1 person lost control. That was a 1 point accident. Ran off the road is 4. Passing, there was 1 accident with a total of 6. The northbound stop sign accounts for 2 of the 7 crashes, scoring 3 points, and the southbound stop sign accounts for 5 of the 7, scoring 37 points. With this information, the conclusion being that the analysis indicates the southbound stop sign violations are the primary contributor to crash risk at 210 and 90th Avenue. With significantly higher scores, the northbound controlled movements and all other factors show minimal impacts by comparison. The pattern suggests that there's a directional safety issue and improvement should be focused on southbound direction of travel. Changes to driver awareness, visibility, driver compliance with the intersection, whatever kind of helps. I know it's not my super wheelhouse, but if something can be done. I know the cost of these stop signs has been brought up. I pulled table 2.9. That's straight from the Iowa DOT Safety Analysis Guide 2021. It had this table listed in crash dollars from 2001. Severity of the crash on one side, cost the crash cost total on the other. I did convert that to 2021 dollars. It's the median year for the data set. I used the inflation calculation tool from the U.S. Bureau of Labor and Statistics website. Of the 11 total crashes, that's just the severity of the crash listed on the crash report that I pulled from the Iowa, I call it the ICAT, I'm not sure that's a formal term, but The total damages from that intersection, just based on those 11 accidents, exceeds $16.5 million. I did the math on just the injuries, if you were to calculate the injuries from that southbound stop sign alone, for like every severe injury, every minor injury, every fatality, that number is in excess of $25.8 million in damages, just from the southbound stop sign. That's all of this. Are there questions on any of it?
Thank you for putting that together, that's
Appreciate that.
very easy to read and
Much easier than the 55 pages of things I'm gonna scan over to you. But, other than, I don't have any other comments on it, other than I just would like to see this attempt to be mitigated, so, I mean, there's nothing, if someone's gonna do something wrong, they're gonna do something wrong. Same with seatbelts, someone's not gonna wear them, they're not gonna wear them, but you can stop one person and help one person see that sign, so this doesn't happen again, that would be the goal, so. Thank you guys.
Thank you for presenting.
If you haven't driven out on that road, I suggest you do.
I travel that road all the time, so I'm very familiar with it, yeah.
I've been out there the past week too, yep. Okay, any thoughts from the board as far as, I know we've had some different ideas, different data presented to us today, I mean, it's on the agenda just for discussion, but any general direction that the board is looking to go, more information that is needed, ideas?
I don't know if I need a lot more information,
Yeah,
except
yeah.
for just information on what could be our options. Doug, like, what could be our options for that
Well,
intersection? It just-
There could be an engineering study completed to look at that, more signs, vertical strips, flashing lights, four-way stop, traffic signals, more traffic marking, more law enforcement. I've said this before and I'll say it again, in Kossuth County, the number of deputies that actually patrol roads is limited. I think most of the time our deputies unfortunately are looking at domestics and taking their time that away. They don't get a lot of time to get out on the road and enforce traffic laws. There are a lot of things, even a cul-de-sac. If you wanna look at a cul-de-sac out there, that'll be a traffic cone.
You mean a
What do you mean by
roundabout.
that?
You mean a
Or
roundabout.
excuse me, a
Okay.
roundabout, excuse
Okay.
me, roundabout. Thank you. We do have rumble strips, we have no, stop ahead. It is a 45-mile-an-hour speed limit. I don't believe there's any problem with sight distance. I believe that is visible.
Can't see the stop sign. Too many-
Pardon me?
The stop sign's too low with, compared to other signs.
I
out
don't
there.
know, according to the manual on uniform traffic control, Phil, if it is.
I'm just saying that with the other signs there, it's not visible.
And that's one of the problems when you start putting up more signs, it confuses drivers. The board has probably heard this before. We gotta put up stop signs to slow down traffic. What does that encourage people to do? Run stop signs. We've got to keep our message clear as far as signs go. But those are some things that can be done, sure. I don't want to have fatalities. They bother me.
Well, and the one thing about that road is very, and a lot of roads are, but that road's very heavy on semi-drivers. I mean, it's very heavy on that. Are they more apt to stop, is a semi more apt to stop for a stop light than a stop sign, which shouldn't even be a discussion, right? Because they should stop no matter what. But are they more apt to stop for a stoplight? I mean, would stoplights there be an okay decision for us? you know, kinda like the intersection, I know this is, you know, a state road, but as you're going to Clear Lake and right there by Ventura, how they have those bright lights.
Mhm.
When flashing, prepare to stop, you know, and then there's,
They got the warning lights and that stuff.
yeah, I mean, something like that. I guess I'd like to see something done sooner than later, which I'm sure you do too, but there's so much semi-traffic on that road. And obviously, yeah, it's just not a good thing that we're losing people for that. Any thoughts from you guys?
One other thing I guess I thought of in addition to the list that you read off, Doug, was cameras. I don't know about the structure of the laws, if anything can be written for tickets from them, and I don't know that that would be, my one and only priority with putting them up, but I think just having them there is a deterrence factor. Like our cameras we installed by the junkyard, that we talked about, I guess, it's not gonna stop everybody, it's not guaranteed, but there may be a deterrence factor to something like that. I'm not gonna say I'm an expert on the height of the stop sign or anything like that, if there's things we can do to improve visibility or whatever, I'm all for anything like that. I think the things that I've done or seen as far as research on costs of flashing stoplights, and I guess regardless of any number on this sheet of paper or anything else, I think the cost of some flashing stoplights at that intersection is probably easily warranted. But I guess, yeah, I'd be very supportive of doing something sooner than later.
The part that I'm sorry, we're done, the part that bothers me the most is that these are they're rolling through the stop sign. They know the stop sign's there, they're just choosing to roll right on through it.
I did speak to a person who witnessed this accident.
Okay,
That truck was not slowed down.
he was not slowed down.
I don't believe either vehicle, and this I have not. I will know more the next time I talk with the investigating officer, but there was no indication of either vehicle applying brakes at that intersection.
What would it take for us to do some I don't know how long something like that takes either, and I don't wanna take a bunch of time on it just because, you know, obviously it's an issue. But what would it take to decide what would be the best there, and cost-wise, if it would be like.
There are low cost, larger stop signs, more stop aheads, more stop signs, we can do things like that.
Think on that for a moment, I don't mean to interject.
Okay.
We're supposed to, Palo Alto County's waiting on us, it'll be real quick, and then we'll come back to the discussion, we gotta approve a change order real quick. Sorry, don't mean to derail anybody's thought.
Alright, I wasn't really watching that.
No, it's fine.
Yeah, and that should be quick. Say something.
Good morning, can you hear us?
Yes,
Yes, good morning, Carmen.
yeah, we're gonna finish, we got one utility permit, we'll finish and then we'll be right with you.
Okay,
Coming to section 13, right?
Ron, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, same sign. Woody Green, coming for UC 17, that's North Carolina. There a second? Okay, Craig and Keith, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, same sign. That's it. I need to talk.
You'll get the sign later. are ready.
Okay, very good, we're ready for you too. Is Colin on the phone?
Alright, good morning. Yep, I'm on the phone. Good morning, everybody. Yeah, so I got a change order and a pay claim for Joint Drainage District 1, all altitude, the main open ditch repair project that we got going on. So first, the change order, kind of summarize it would result in, increase in the contract price of $6,648.25. And it includes in part, some additional riprap, 54 tons. There's a site, Dwayne Burning House. And I don't know how this happened, but apparently several years ago, maybe even before 2023, when the big flood happened that wrecked the ditch, he had submitted a request for repair of this site. We did not have it on our list for, the most severe damages. But we had talked about anybody that had a repair request in, before the project, that we were gonna try to include those on the list. So that's 54 tons of riprap on that site. And then there's an enclosed photo if you wanna look at what that looks like. That's the tank without the riprap. And then from the last change order, we added some riprap, and when we do the riprap, there's also bid items for shaping the bank and doing seeding and fertilizing, and I didn't increase the contract amounts for those, so I'm taking care of that in this change order. Cutting off the end of an extra pipe that's sticking out probably 8 feet. You can see a picture of that. And then adding 20 feet of 18-inch surface drain. Mike Marso had called Dell Reitzel, and he passed it on to me about a surface drain that had kind of a suck hole in the field in it, so that helped fix that. And then the site that we talked about last time was Brian Tools property. There's a pipe that, since we did our initial survey, over the last couple of years, that one of the pipes that was sticking way out busted off, so we're adding 20 feet of 12-inch tile outlet for that site. Any questions at all on the change order?
I'm aware of all those, any questions from the board here?
Motion to approve.
Okay, there's a motion by Stecker to approve from our board.
Second.
Second, is that Ron?
Second,
Okay, Ron Genscher. Okay, all in favor of approving the change order on Kossuth end here, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
All ayes, no.
All ayes in Kossuth.
We're at the, Fallstick.
Thank you.
Okay. We have our full board.
Okay, so alright, the second item on DAK 1 is pay estimate number 2. And so the pay estimate is for recommending payments for $76,971.52.
Okay,
Motion to
we have a
approve.
motion by Stecker to approve that.
Second by Ron Gretzer.
Okay, second by Ron. Any discussion here? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All ayes in Kossuth.
All ayes, no.
Okay,
Alright, thanks everyone.
thank you guys.
Colin.
Have a good day. Okay, sorry about that, but we can come back to the stop sign discussion now, if you wanna finish your thoughts or just.
Just curious, do you know if Roger,
I tried to call him.
you tried to call him?
Is there a deputy that
Maybe call the office and see if Mark McGregor or anyone else is available. I don't know, number for Mackenzie.
170 or 402?
Yeah, Robert.
What page is it?
I'd like to just get more information on.
Good morning, it's Howard Thomas over in the boardroom. I tried to call Roger to see if he wanted to join the discussion we were here, and he did not answer. How about, Mark, is he around?
Just having
We're talking about the stop sign
Even
over
if you
to.
can't write a ticket, he's still.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, fair. Absolutely.
I'll also give some, I will give you a quick picture of the accident things, evidence wise, unfortunately.
Marcus coming over or?
He is, yeah, sorry, I'm sorry.
Okay.
No, thanks.
Well, she said she'd deliver the message. and
Okay.
send it over.
Okay, very good.
I guess. I appreciate all the info brought to us inside and I'd say outside the boardroom from concerned citizens and anyone else. But yeah, I think we need to take a proactive approach to try to avoid anything in the future here. I don't know that we need to have a specific study or evaluation or anything done. I think we've got some options on the table that we could at least start with. Maybe it won't be solved overnight, maybe it won't be perfect, but I guess I'd like to see some sort of progress on attempting to address the safety at this intersection sooner than later.
Well, clearly it's, I mean, all the data shows that it's far more dangerous of an intersection, just statistic wise in the county than anywhere else, so if we're gonna start somewhere, we're gonna start there. Yeah, as far as, I mean, yes, if a person's going to not roll through a stoplight in the same way they would roll through a stop sign, and most likely it doesn't prevent everybody, and no solution is going to prevent everybody,
Right,
and that's not the point.
right, we just
Right.
gotta find the best solution to try
Correct.
and make it so.
Right, the stoplight does mean then you have to have stoplights going east and west as well.
I know, but
But it, you know, it is what it is, and if that's a solution, then that's a solution, but,
it's just such a.
The reality is, no matter what's done, the only way to see if it's effective is time and
right,
just allowing things to happen, and I guess that's not necessarily a great thing, but
well,
I guess if things continue to happen, you can always add to it or reevaluate.
I just think, you know, look, data you brought to us, Doug, as far as fatalities this year compared to last year and previous years, I think that's in large part a direct correlation between the law changing with hands-free driving. I mean, you can almost see the numbers change just in a year. Does that mean that everyone's stopped texting or stopped calling or stopped
No,
fidgeting with whatever they want to while they're driving? No, but I think the results are there. I mean, I think it does, it does produce the results, right, right.
For that
I mean, if you're talking on the phone and Mark McGregor goes by and, you know, and I mean, that's a little more motivating to say, oh, maybe I shouldn't be talking on my phone because there's a penalty for that. So it's,
Well,
yeah,
I will say that I just witnessed last week, it was not a Kossuth County dump truck, it was actually the week before, cause I did mention it at the safety meeting. A person operating a dump truck, getting the last chips out of their bag with two hands up here. Now, why in the world somebody would be doing that, I don't know. But if you're gonna eat, stop the vehicle and eat. We all are in a hurry, unfortunately. Driving to Whittemore at 55 and driving to Whittemore at 60, you might save 2 minutes.
I highly doubt it.
So,
Being generous.
Yeah, I'd be generous.
anyway, I was driving Saturday, leaving Algona on Highway 169. And I got to the top of the hill and was passed by a pickup who turned at the Isaac Walkley. Slowed me down while he was turning. Everyone, when you're driving an automobile, you've got to take responsibility. And we all need to do it, everybody. Cannot emphasize that enough. Go home, tell your children, tell your family. Slow down. We have this microwave mentality that we can get it done in 30 seconds, a minute. I talked with a person who, it was foggy out and they had to go to Sway City. And he actually took off from Algona 20 minutes earlier than what he thought, to be safe. Congratulations to him. We've had situations where our snowplows during snow removal operations are hit, and the reason the person gives, the operator of the car, the reason he gives is that he's running late for work. Take off 15 minutes earlier. Our road crew, we got a tile problem out on by our county farm. 2 vehicles are stopped with flashing amber lights looking over the situation. A semi-truck from the north slows down and stops as a southbound car is coming up to our road department. All of a sudden, another north or southbound semi-tractor and trailer go through there at 60 miles an hour, putting our own workers in harm's way, a northbound car in harm's way, but it doesn't slow down. When we're out doing work in the safety zones, we're almost to the point where we need to get law enforcement out there. We can't even work on roads. People, it seems like they speed up when they see a construction zone instead of slowing down. 2 times last week I've had people tell me that there's other intersections where stop signs, people pulled out right in front of them. We've got to do something. And these were people that were familiar with the roads, drive the roads often.
No, I don't think any of us will disagree with it at all on that, and I appreciate your passion for that. But as far as what we do at the Hobarton corner.
No, there are low-cost measures that have been proven to reduce.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you'll ever eliminate,
No.
and I will start getting a plan together to get that taken care of.
We asked Mark McGregor to come in. Was there a thought from the board?
Quick question before we go to that, Doug, can you, when you put stuff together, can you put like a chart together with the option and cost and kind of break that down so we can pick and choose which options?
I was going to just make a design, give it to our sign crew and get it put up.
Okay,
It will include signs for northbound traffic, southbound traffic, eastbound traffic, and westbound traffic. Try to get warnings out there.
okay.
Try to make everybody visible for stop signs.
Does that include
raising the sign up a little bit higher.
It'll be installed according to the manual on uniform traffic control, which is, we are given guidance on that. We will review it.
Well, I guess I'd like to see costs on some of these options before we install them, cause I know the figure 7,500 was thrown out for a flashing stoplight last week.
Which I stand by. That would be for both north and south.
Okay, well,
Be for two
that,
of them.
that changes my understanding of what you said there a
And-
little bit, but
And you'd also want east and west.
there's none.
For stop
I
signs?
mean, if, no warning
Oh.
lights. I mean,
Okay,
that's
so you're saying 7,500 for the intersection as a whole?
for north and
everything?
south. Hancock County recently did a whole intersection,
Okay,
and they were experiencing, I think they had 3 or 4 fatalities at that intersection, so I visited with Hancock County.
okay,
Was that one where one side wasn't stopping at all, it was going through like McGregor?
Yeah.
So they
were-
put yellow
they were
lights
running
up
the
for
stop
that?
signs.
What did they end up doing? The same as what you're kind of thinking?
They put up multiple stop signs, they put advanced warning, they put up flashing lights in all directions, amber and red, no pun intended.
okay.
Whether we need that here or not, and for those types of funds, there are grants available that we could certainly write also.
Well, I guess if it's just on that specifically, if it's a choice of waiting for doing a grant and installing equipment till funds come in, I would not suggest waiting. I don't think the cost of some of the, what I consider low-cost options that we've discussed are worth waiting for something like that. If it's something more major or severe, maybe. But I think we need to have an emphasis on action here.
I think you did say he was gonna get a plan together and get it done.
Yeah,
I still think that we should really watch this, you know, yes, I think we need to act right away on something, and obviously if we do something more, you can't just do that right now, but that is something that I can get done fairly quickly, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so I think that's important, and then, you know, I think, you know, we can still have further discussions about if we feel like something more needs to be done, or what our options could be as far as installing cameras, things like that.
yeah, do it, I don't know if this would be a time to ask Mark about anything along that lines, but, he is here, so. Josh, you had a question that way, or?
Well, I guess we were just kinda wondering about the, camera enforcement out there. If we were to, get a camera installed, how would that look for law enforcement to enforce, based on watching people roll through that stop sign, can we write tickets and enforce that?
I mean, for a camera system to get installed, I don't know what we did over at the junkyard corner. I mean, to get that camera to sit there and zoom in on a license plate to see who that is, to see who the driver is, that's gonna be very tough. I mean, it's probably a $10,000 to $15,000 camera system. And even at nighttime, the camera system still isn't gonna be good enough to see those license plates unless you have it zoomed so in on that license plate. So with the camera system, you could potentially help, we have committed, but is it gonna help us in law enforcement? I don't know how much it would, unless we identify the vehicle, identify the driver to bring him into court and have him prosecuted. But if it was an accident there, it would definitely help, tell us what was going on before the accident, anything like that.
Well, and could it give us any knowledge of if it's still, even after we're putting, you know, flashing lights, stuff like that, would it give us knowledge going forward of, okay, they're still doing it?
It's
I mean, yeah,
ordinance, not-
it's definitely gonna give you some knowledge of what's going on, but you're also looking at probably a $10,000 camera system that's going to get installed, if not higher.
But if it
I-
saves lives, it's,
Yeah,
That's
I
nothing.
think the financial aspect of that is something we can make a decision on if needed, and I guess if anyone's asking for our opinions right now, I think mine pretty clearly hands down 15,000 is drop in the bucket, versus what we've had to experience at that intersection, so.
But I also think that we got the flashing red light stop signs, if you're out of town, that will help make them in.
Yeah.
Something that coming up to a stop sign, unless something's flashing at you, you're gonna see that. I know when I drive up from Minnesota, you see those red flashing lights or stop signs, it's like, oh, that's coming up. It's gonna help you be aware if you're out of town that there's a stop sign that's coming up or whatever to help you prepare to stop. And I think there's a lot more intersections that we probably need to add those that also, just kind of glance over the numbers here that there's might be put quite a few of those stop signs out around the county. More of the major road intersections.
I don't, with the recent legislation, is it even enforceable?
I guess I don't know exactly off the top of the head. I mean, I think if we can get a license plate and identify the driver, I think we can definitely enforce it. I mean, then we have video evidence of, yeah, that vehicle did not stop that stop sign. It went through without stopping.
Would you be required to almost be watching that video 24 hours a day in order to,
Unless we get.
so you'd have somebody,
You gotta have somebody watching pretty much all the time. We know we're getting a bunch of complaints that people are running it, whatever, we then try to go back and review it and see if we can identify some people and go back and watch the footage. Depends on how much data is gonna put on the server and how long we keep it.
Well, I think the conclusion maybe from today, and I don't wanna stifle discussion, but Doug, you were gonna work on a plan in the coming days, week, to, come up with a solution for that corner. Next week, when we have discussion as a board, you can let us know what you've come up with at that point,
sure,
and we can go from there. But we are gonna move forward with some type of a improved
I
intersection.
guess what I was thinking was signs, I was not thinking of the flashing lights. If the board would like flashing lights, I can look into that.
No, I
Absolutely.
think flashing lights, yes.
I do, I mean, when I come up to the intersection with a flashing light, it's not that I don't stop at a regular stop sign, but it does, I think it does make a difference.
I think it shows.
I'll say that, the reason we have rumble strips at every stop sign in Kossuth County is because there was a fatal accident, along A42 where a driver, if I remember correctly, was southbound and ran into, a westbound automobile, two automobiles. No limitation on sight distance, but we decided after that to put rumble strips on every intersection. We have rumble strips out there on this intersection for both north and south. My concern is again that, after some time, people will start ignoring those as well. And I wanna see a little bit about if you can make them active so that they come on for, if you can make I'll call it an intelligent, but it'll come on when people are so close to the intersection to see, so that they're not on all the time, but they grab your attention a little bit more, an active type thing.
The one in Woodmore doesn't it?
They're all the time.
Around all the time, there's two,
They're on all the time, I thought I turned off at a certain point in the day, no.
there's two in Sway City on P30 and they're on all the time.
Those are for speed limits.
No, that's stop signs. There's two on stop signs in Sway City on P30.
Oh, the P3018, or 9, excuse me.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess,
I'd like to see at
I
least
think
flashing.
flashing stoplights should be included, to the bare minimum.
Do you, whose decision are you gonna? I feel a need that then there's gonna have to be more flashing lights installed in Kossuth County. Cause this isn't the,
Well,
this isn't,
let's just start with this intersection,
Yeah,
and if we wanna have the conversation, if there's other intersections we wanna look at, we certainly can.
We had the conversation, just kind of lined up with that last week of the railroad looks at fatality data, whether it's a gravel road or paved road or whatever, and they act on priorities based on situations that happen, and I guess this, in addition to everything else, says we have 4 intersections that, are in the
Risky.
higher risk category, and one within those 4 really stands out. I wouldn't have a problem doing all 4, but I think let's start with the one and see what, impacts that makes, and we can always reevaluate or add on from there, but yeah, I think it's a no-brainer, just start with this one.
Okay.
and do as much as we can.
Yeah,
I guess I'm no way insensitive to this, and this data is graphic, I'll agree with that. And no insult intended whatsoever, I assume it's accurate, I mean, that's what we're going on, we're assuming what they did was accurate here. But, and this is not directed at anybody individually, but to say we gotta do whatever we can, I mean, we could slow the speed limit from Whittemore to Algona to 25 miles an hour, and that would greatly reduce the number of accidents. We're not gonna do things like that. There's some point where this is gonna, you'll draw the line, this is all we can do. Something reasonable, and again, I'll get crucified for this, but, a knee-jerk reaction, you know, cause this happened, I see this, it's graphic, I assume it's accurate. But, and I know another one can happen today, it could be happening right now, I know that, but another one could be happening at another intersection right now too, so my opinion would be to not overreact, based on what happened 2 weeks ago on Monday or whatever, or a week ago on Monday, whatever it is, a week ago. But I do see this, I do see this, I see the frowns out there, put up the signs, see what you think, my opinion, put up the signs that we can do, and, maybe the flashing lights are warranted, but there'll be 15 people in here next week saying they want them at their intersection too. Yeah, so.
Well, I'm gonna just say one more thing, since I'm the one who said let's do what we can. I certainly didn't mean lowering the speed limit from Whittemore to Algona. I meant do what we can at this intersection, which is, just caused a fatality. And I think flashing lights would be a good thing.
is anyone interested at all in waiting for an investigation to complete?
Yeah.
Investigation.
We talked to the DOT, and the DOT said, based on the information on that corner, the least the state would do is put in a flashing stop signs, but they do not have jurisdiction in Kossuth County, but they can only make recommendations, but if that was
Would you
on a
visit
state
with
road,
Phil?
what was the guy's name?
it's the region 2, I can tell you.
He said he knew you.
Yeah, I mean, I appreciate knowing the name, I know a lot of the guys that deal with it.
They said that was the least they would do if that was on a state road and under their jurisdiction.
So I'll grab the 1 and 3.
yeah, I guess, I think there is value in
But if the,
thoroughly.
if the driver fell asleep,
I think there is value in thoroughly reviewing the information. I think we could talk about this specific accident or another specific accident for weeks and still not end the discussion. The point is, this intersection, along with a couple others, have data behind them that they are a higher risk than others. Let's do something simple, responsible, and proactive, and do what we can to help out. Granted, we all know it's not gonna be perfect, it's not gonna stop everybody, there's 100 aspects to the conversation, but I guess we could look at a whole laundry list of options to potentially improve safety, and at the end of the day, they're all options, they're all dependent on drivers responding to them, but certain things have better likelihoods of responses. And we've got what I would consider very common sense viable options to try to address that. I think we've had good discussion today, I think the information is valuable, but at the end of the day, I think flashing stop signs is a very simple, common sense approach. I think there's probably other things that could be done in addition to that, but with the data at hand and the context of the situation, regardless of this last accident, regardless of the official cause or official police report or whatever, I think there's plenty of justification for flashing stoplights and further evaluation, and I guess I'd leave it at that.
And I do, and to finish what I was saying before Doug said that about the investigation. When I'm saying we need to do what we can, I'm saying because I don't wanna look somebody else in the face. Sorry, this bothers me. Because there was an accident that killed someone, we chose to do. Not have a knee-jerk reaction. I'm sorry.
I spoke with Craig Wood. I agree, and it feels like, I mean, I wouldn't have to look at actual like reports and stuff, but it feels like it's local individuals that are getting seriously injured and hurt by out-of-town drivers.
Yes.
Which is what, the visibility thing is, I think, a contributing factor to those really bad accidents. Less than the other ones that are involved, but those really bad ones seem to be out-of-town drivers hurting and now killing local people driving on a county road.
And I appreciate your concern for the matter and for putting this together. You were being a very proactive individual.
Thank you.
And I appreciate that.
And I think regardless of it being someone local or someone out of town or XYZ was a factor to the accident, the fact is these accidents have happened, we know about it, we can see the data, we have options on the table to potentially help. Let's do the things that are reasonable. I agree with Howard, the context matters, being reasonable is important, but I don't think this translates into every single stop sign in Kossuth County needs to be lighted. I don't think this translates into 1,000 other situations. We've got location-specific data for a small number of intersections in this county. We've got a lot of roads, we've got stop signs on gravel roads, we've got all sorts of scenarios across this county. They're not all on this list. Let's address the things that are priorities, and if something else happens down the road, you reevaluate that situation and deal with it specifically. Like I said, I know we've had good conversation here, I don't wanna stifle that either necessarily, but we do have plenty of other things on our agenda, and I think there's nothing else in my opinion that's gonna come up that's gonna change my thoughts or desires that something needs to be done here sooner than later, so I'll leave it at that.
Okay. Well, again, Doug, I think you have general direction from the board, regarding
Yeah.
desiring for lighted flashing stop signs,
Do you
looking
want,
into.
I mean, just to be, do you want a stop sign that flashes, or do you want a flashing light and a stop
Some
sign?
of them have a light above it, or some of them have the ring of LEDs
LED
around
lights in the
that
front.
flash like that.
Correct.
And so there's different kinds.
We're using two different terms, and I don't wanna be,
I know there's different kinds, but I mean,
Whatever would be, get the most attention of a semi driver.
Any driver,
Well, yeah, but I mean, let's face it, it's a lot of semi drivers running a stop sign. Could there
Well,
also be,
there's a lot of automobile
whatever,
drivers that run a stop sign.
they're running a stop sign, whatever's most visible.
I don't know which one is better, but there are two terms being used, and if you wanna be specific, I'll use it I'll get a flashing light.
Could there be something underneath the stop sign that says cross traffic does not stop?
Yeah.
Or maybe that's already on that
That's
stop
part
sign,
of
I don't even know.
that's part of the low cost, yes. Unfortunately,
They don't.
I don't wanna sound like a smart ass or anything, but in order to see the sign that says crossing traffic does not stop, a person has to stop. That is really, that's really something that, you hope a person doesn't pull out in front after stopping. The person doesn't pull out into the intersection. So,
Again, there's-
but definitely we'll do that, Amber.
Being it's not a four-way stop, I see a lot of the single flashing lights at four-way stops. I mean, you got them out of here at four-way stops
Yeah,
north of
they're
town.
very noticeable.
I mean, you come into Eagle Grove,
Very
four-way
nice.
stop there's a lot of those around for four-way stops, I think if.
Aren't
The
ones that-
LEDs around the edge of the stop sign, those are more in your face when you pull up to them.
I was gonna say the same thing.
I don't, as far as if you're coming up to a road that there is no other stopping, you know, from east and west, the cross traffic isn't stopping. To me, that seems maybe more effective with a light, that's all,
Yeah.
but I'm good with either one.
Whatever's
The
most
ones in
visible.
Sway City, are those in the stop sign, that
No.
flash?
The more's are.
Whittemore's are in the stop sign,
Yeah, they're the LEDs around the edge.
Very noticeable,
Yeah,
from a
they're
very long distance away.
I was just trying to remember, cause I knew there's.
in the middle of town
different
there.
ones
In the middle of
Yeah,
the bus
yeah.
stop.
Yeah,
I believe Sway Cities are on top.
Yeah,
I thought so, but I wasn't sure.
yeah. Oh, Barry, you raised your hand?
They're on top, and there's also the same ones that are at the high school intersection as well in Sway City.
Yeah, yeah.
DOT put those, both of those in.
Right.
Yeah,
I don't know which is better.
yeah, and I don't know if the DOT would have any statistics or suggestions on locations to use either type, but I do think the lights on the sign are a little more aggressive and in your face. So, I don't know. Maybe if we could get some data or suggestions on that and come back to it next week and come up with a plan from there.
Yep, that sounds fine to me. Okay, I think that's pretty conclusive for discussion today.
Do we wanna put it on the agenda for next week for a decision if
We-
anything needs to be done?
Just
Even like cameras, I'll go talk to Derek or whatever else, and I think there's some other options we could maybe look at, but
Yeah.
if Doug has a week to put some things together, we can evaluate costs of each option, the pros and cons of a single light versus lights in the sign, I mean, all those things.
decide next week, that's fine. Okay, we'll take it up again next week then. I appreciate all of you for being here for it and the information,
Yeah, thank you
time
guys,
spent.
appreciate it.
Mhm.
Thank you guys.
Okay, we are gonna skip ahead in our agenda, we had a 9 o'clock appointment with the architect for the emergency response complex, so then we will come back, to our other agenda items as we, and probably do drainage after that.
Can we do the, stuff for DD 80, lat 10 and 70 quick? I know
Oh, Tyler's here
Tyler
too.
is here and-
Okay, we'll call you when we're ready for your other stuff, Doug.
you guys can come up if you want, but yeah, I know they're here and it shouldn't be a
Okay.
long conversation.
Okay,
I think it's actually gonna be shorter even yet, so.
Did you, were you talking to me? I'm
We'll
sorry.
call you back.
I said we'll call you back when we're ready for your other items.
That's what I thought.
Yep, thanks.
Okay, yeah, good morning, I'm Chuck White, and, my son Patrick White and the guys from Bolton, Mink, Tyler and Nathan are here too.
Can
And
we
first of all, I'd like to
just
thank you
wait
guys
for
for being so receptive yesterday.
We gotta get our drainage back in here.
Okay. Okay. So, yeah,
Yeah, thank you for all coming to us yesterday. Yeah, that was great, you guys are a very receptive group.
yep.
Really appreciate that.
Kyle, you especially, you've been really with this, put a lot of hours into this
A lot of time.
already, so. I appreciate that, cause it's quite a undertaking, that's for sure, for everybody to get involved with this, and we've been involved in a lot of drainage issues here in Kossuth County, so. Hi, Heather. Yes, so I just.
Go ahead, yeah.
Yeah, so I'm Chuck White, Patrick White, we're representing the owners in DD District 880. It's Phil John Farms LLC and Ross Kossuth LLC. And we filed a petition to have the drainage improvement done last year. And after all the work that Bolton and Mink have done, we've come up with the cost of the total project for our owners is gonna be about $1,270,000. We've got 9 owners that we represent, and after visiting with them, they're not at all in favor of pursuing this drainage improvement project anymore. We're to the point where they're financially gonna be financially burdened with this at the cost of $1,270,000, and they're the largest landowner in the district. And as far as the amount of money that we're gonna have to pay is gonna be more than they can financially handle. There was did some calculations, and it's gonna be around $1,540 per acre for the owners, and over a 20-year period, that'd be $115 per acre. And that may not seem like a lot, but they're in a crop share lease. It's not like they're getting cash rent, so they're incurring all these expenses too.
Yeah, with $50,000 down.
That was with $50,000 down payment. So with the current state of the economy and everything, the owners in that area, I don't know if we have that much support for it anyway, since it's such a financial burden for everybody right now. We'd also asked to have a pre-classification done, but we don't need to have that done since they want to withdraw the petition. And so we don't need to move forward on that then either, because that would just add additional costs for the project. So, I guess bottom line is, we're just asking the petition be withdrawn, and thank you. Tyler, Nathan, you guys want to speak to anything here?
Yeah, we were, with my background and Nathan taking over for the conversations while I was absent, I think that enough has been set in motion that the formal withdrawal of the petition would take place at the hearing that's been set. I suppose unless the notices have not yet been sent on that.
This
Okay, well, then I'm not quite sure what to, I still think there's potential, there's the benefit of having that formally pulled at the hearing, just so that the report is formally recognized and in the minutes, but I suppose I'll leave that up to the trustees. I'd support either decision. My initial thought was, if the notices had already gone out, people were aware of that hearing, for that hearing to simply not happen, may cause confusion, but that having the hearing wouldn't be a full event either, especially with the pulling of the petition. It would essentially be open, petition be pulled, hearing would be closed. But either way,
There will be the cost of publication and mailing notices if we wait to do the pulling of the petition after.
Yeah. I think the timing's difficult, I think the majority of the expenses to get to that hearing have already been incurred. The publication and sending notices would be, stuff that would have been set in motion, but obviously not enacted yet from the sounds of it. So that does make it a little more difficult. I do know the community knowledge of the potential of this project. I've talked with multiple people in the area about it, so I guess not having the hearing, I think, would be difficult in communication with landowners. I mean, we could maybe send out a letter or something and say the petition's been withdrawn, but you're gonna have
A letter either way.
similar expenses if you send the notice to them, you just wouldn't be putting it in the paper maybe. And I guess the financial analysis of what it might cost your owners, I think is good and important, but if you do that based on the current schedule, that's not necessarily going to be accurate to what the improved project and the new schedule would be, which is the point of a pre-classification. But if it's not even close to feasible, then why add the additional expense? But there has been expenses incurred to this point already, which can't go back on, so,
I guess they would, you know, since they're in a crop share arrangement, they wanted to see what kind of cost would be for the drainage and what's the dollar figured out, calculated this.
Well, and the other
Are
thing
they-
too, like, this is just a start, like, this would just be getting the main tile to
Oh,
go,
yeah.
and then we've gotta do a whole bunch of additional, I mean,
So
over $1 million
that-
of additional
that
tile on
is-
that, this is the tip of the iceberg, sort of.
that is a factor. I would say on both laterals, there would be the potential to do a smaller scale of a project, including like lateral 10. It could be brought to your property line and stop there, and you could do anything privately after that later on, which wouldn't be immediately required. The other lateral 70, I know there was concern on the lower end of the lateral, so that project could also be pared down to some extent. I don't know the level of detail of conversations you've had with your owners, but I guess even doing the pre-classification and getting to the point where some of those options could be on the table might be of value. Because if you have an outlet, then you can use it, but right now your outlet would be very small and limited. So I guess I don't know if some of those aspects have been thought through, but I was brainstorming some of those things after our conversation the other day.
Yeah. I guess with, that would take a whole new design though, wouldn't it, or?
No, Tyler, I don't know if you guys can speak to that as far as the scope of the project and.
No,
the
and
costs associated.
that's something we had talked about, and it's not something that, I don't bring any of this up to just like try to keep something alive. There's a recognition of the desires of the owners, but as far as what has been put forth, in new design is essentially just, would be subtraction from the upper end of how far you went. But as far as the depths, the grades, the lower end sizes, all that stays the same. It's just the extent of how far the project goes, and every one of those dollars, any of that material not used is dollars saved in the project. You haven't obviously gone as far, you haven't directly impacted as many acres, but it is a reduction in costs. With that being said, still though, to Kyle's point, looking at the old schedule versus the new, potential new schedule, they wouldn't, you're not comparing like things in that. But based on where these properties are, I would expect them in a wide range of scenarios to be the highest benefited properties. Likely, the worst case based on other bids that we've gotten, based on what sizes you went with, you are probably still, as a worst case, looking at that $1,500 per acre. So if that, now that's come down from some of the original estimates or estimates from years past of $2,000 an acre to $2,400 per acre for the highest benefited. But still, if you're at the worst case at the 1,500 and that's still undoable, then that's that's the landowners, then on their decision. We put forward what it would take to get the drainage, it's on the landowners to make those financial decisions.
Yeah. I guess. I don't know if you have any thoughts here right now on the spot, but I would recommend going to the hearing and I guess at least completing that phase of the project, just so we have the formal conversation with landowners here in the boardroom and stuff. Maybe between now and then it could be evaluated as far as a pared back version or something, if that's desired, but I'm just trying to make sure all the options are evaluated. But
Yeah, from their perspective, though, they do wanna withdraw that petition, so how do we go about doing that? Do we have to
okay.
have this formal letter written, or how do you?
Yeah, we would need that in writing.
Okay.
His email that he sent. Yeah, we sent something yesterday.
It was said,
But it's not signed by the landowner.
If it's not signed, that's not enough.
We can get that done.
We could do that right now or whatever.
What is that? Yeah.
And just
It
have a
would,
copy.
it would need to be signed.
It
in
needs to be signed by the landowner.
Oh, by the
No,
landowner.
he's,
Or
I mean,
by-
he's a farm manager, he's got their authority to
Oh,
sign.
okay.
yeah. So,
And we're so far away on, you know, on what they wanna spend versus what this project is, and then the unknown versus, you know, what the existing tile's like. And meeting with Bolton and Mank and everything too, they said that a lot of, you know, it's very common up there to see the existing tile that was put in like the thirties and forties to be plugged with silt anyway, and they said that, you know, we don't have enough grade to get the water to send it through the tile, anyway, we'd have to basically do a whole entire restart.
So,
the
you
private
touched on
tile,
something that opens up a can of worms, because the reality is, if you look at the whole system and if it's silted in, which I know some areas in there that have been investigated are, but repairs are mandatory, improvements are not. So if a problem is found out there and a repair is desired,
I'm talking
you
about
could.
private tile, I'm talking
Oh,
about, yeah,
well,
private tile.
yeah, the stuff that.
I guess
Yes.
private tile is completely outside of
Right,
our
yeah.
but
responsibility.
we're gonna have to review the private tile too, the way it looks, and that's gonna
Yeah,
really,
so that's, I mean, that's kind of where we're way
that's
off.
really adding on to the cost of the whole project, so.
Okay, well,
That's really, yeah, that's gonna be another,
So yeah, I think the
$7,000.
formal submittal of the polling of the petition, it's just a question of if that, if the trustees wanna stop that right now, that I think would be an acceptable thing. Else there had been motions for the setting of the formal hearing and it could be formally ended there as well.
I guess, I don't know, they don't wanna continue, they don't wanna continue.
Right,
Why,
and
I just,
so that-
if
that's,
somebody has
uh,
a complaint about it, I guess that's just
And
the
that,
way it is.
again, that my thought would,
Can always file a petition.
Correct.
my thought was different if the notices had already gone out, as
This-
far as trying to track that back down. If those notices have not gone, I recommend you accept the
Yeah.
polling of the petition and it ends right there.
Okay,
okay.
should we do anything as far as notification to landowners that the petition is pulled?
Have they been notified that there is a petition?
Yeah, we already had an informational meeting and several of them were sitting here when we told them we were gonna have a hearing to follow up on this.
Well, I would think if they're gonna call us if they have questions, so we can let them know.
Yeah. I think at this point, you save the additional expenses and you're done with it.
Yep.
Thank everyone, thanks everyone for their time and
Yep.
considerations on it, and we'll just, on to the next one, I suppose.
okay,
Okay, thank you.
Thanks,
Good,
guys.
I'll sign this and then we can have
Is
that.
that what I have to
Sign for-
I have-
Yeah.
I have
So
my-
you
give
need,
that to Heather.
do you need to
That's-
make a motion to accept the withdrawal of the petition, or
It's,
You can.
Put that on the agenda for next week.
it is on the agenda?
well, it's on for a pre-classification.
Could we
Oh.
Yeah, it's not
make a
true.
motion to not move forward with pre-classification due to the petition being withdrew?
Yeah, probably.
So
Yeah,
that we have the
Okay.
language?
Yeah, I'd make that motion.
a motion to not move forward with pre-classification due to the petition being withdrawn.
I'll second.
Okay, second by Garmin,
Copy that then too.
Yep. Yep, absolutely.
any discussion? If not, all in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. I can tell a break is desired, strongly desired.
Very complex issue, sorry we had to go
No,
this
no,
far.
no.
I really am, you guys
Appreciate
got a
you
lot
being
of time
here. Yeah.
involved in this.
Yeah.
Kyle, especially for you, I just, yeah, feel bad, 'cause it's been a.
We thought it was gonna be a lot more feasible than what we
Yep.
got.
My biggest concern is if, and it's not gonna affect me forever into the future, but if there's things that are needed out there, the cost and scope and functionality of repair are limited. So, I mean, if you could spend a lot of money and not accomplish a lot of positive change with repair of the old system versus putting a bigger pipe in and getting something that actually gives you the ability to have.
I know it. I just wish it was more financially.
Are we taking a quick break?
I think down the road, definitely.
I think just click and I don't know if we're coming back to you.
We're working with them to try to
Okay,
take.
so I know it's fine.
The usual work is good for 10 years, but that time can tick pretty quick. So
Yeah, I know.
I'll get these to you.
Thanks again.
Oh, that's fine. Appreciate it. There is your copy of
Okay,
it.
thank you, Heather.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you.
You're next, yeah, right?
Yes, you are next.
We gotta wait.
Real quick, half an hour later. Thanks for your patience.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
I'm back again.
Just like hanging out now. That's right.
Alright, yeah.
I'm gonna take the opportunity while we're stopped to.
I'll be back.
We'll take them.
Chris, it comes back.
She can share it, you can have that.
Nobody needs to share.
Can't help you, but I can get somebody to help you. You want help?
That'd be great.
We got his back, he can, maybe Tammy can help too. He was trying to step to hook up.
So this has gotta come down?
Yep.
Andy, what was the total savings?
How much smaller is it?
The space actually is a lot smaller. Not a lot. No, it's kind of equal, we're just using more of the.
Takes us tonight. There you go.
600 or something.
Thanks.
Yes,
Yeah.
you're welcome.
There was nobody in here, so.
Yeah, no worries. Hi, Kevin. How are you? Good, I'm good, thank you.
I might take these, but I'll just cheat ahead here.
Of course you can. You need more than one?
No, I do not.
Oh, 515. 320. 1564. You bet.
Hard to pay attention to everything that's going on. I wasn't sure how much expense we've gone to for the drainage thing so far, not much, or not, yeah.
I don't know how much the engineers are costing, I have no
So
idea.
who's gonna, that whole district gonna pay us?
Yeah, you did. I forgot to take starters now. Too hard. Just take ours out. The transition from old 5,000 to new, right up to, you have to go into what's 60 So you can see like, well, the last couple weeks of the trial going.
What time does open enrollment at? No, in this morning, isn't there one at 9?
Yeah, I'm guessing now.
Where's it at? Okay,
Alright,
go ahead.
we'll go ahead and ramp up here. I'm gonna have a copy laying in front of them. I think I handed one out, I think I've got one in. So we'll dive in and in respect of everyone's time, we've tried to condense some of the final kind of findings today. So I am gonna cheat quick and have everyone flip to the last page of the packet if you haven't already. I mean, you should, because that's kind of the reality check of it. We're gonna share with you what we feel is the most conservative, cost-conscious approach to feasibly, successfully pulling this project off without cutting substantial program. The next step to move the needle any further down would be supervisors taking a conscious look at cutting program out of this meeting. You know, some spaces that we're showing and that have been on the list since the beginning would need to start to come off that list. So from our last meeting to this meeting, the needle has moved pretty, substantially. It's $600-ish thousand is come off both the high and the low, but we're still hovering in that 1.7 to 2, 2 all in, that's soft cost included number. And I think last time the takeaway, it felt like the wind came out of the sail a little bit when we said it's over $1 million, it's still over $1 million. So I just want everybody to know that before we dive into too many kind of step-by-step processes of where the floor plan is vetted out. The hope was, if we go to the first page, the hope was when we met last time, we were showing a scheme that filled the entire building. It left EMA with its space kind of as is, and it took the old lumber yard and then filled that with EMS. And that was apparatus bay, the dorms, the offices, everything. And the discussion from the group, and that also trickled a little past the end of the meeting, so there was some informal discussion there as well, was guiding us towards, can we just reuse the north end of the building, which is the nicer, newer, pre-engineered metal building, and can we get everything to fit in there? And this diagram shows, it does start to show the start of a retaining wall, creeping off what would be the northwest corner of the building, which is here. That's the only way. So this retaining wall would be necessary because there's probably, I'm guessing, just standing out there eye level, there's 6 feet of fall to get an ambulance to the road from this corner. There's probably 6 foot of fall, or maybe 5 foot. So to put doors in here, there's 3 feet of just grade change immediately. It would take building that retaining wall and repaving that entire parking lot. And the problem then is you still only get two bays of ambulances before you get into the EMA space that would have an overhead door that's there now, other than stacking ambulances 3 feet potentially, which then ekes out even more of the space we have left to provide the dorms and the offices and the things that we're trying to get into the building. So it quickly kind of paints the picture that it's not probably anymore, it's just not gonna fit. It's just not gonna fit in the box to think we can take the list of program that we have now and fit it in the newer side of that building without it creeping. You can see where the schematic colors kind of creep back into the old lumberyard. It would take going over there. So in the essence of trying to do a best balance of providing you a solution that doesn't just cut a program without us really being informed of what that should be. What we're kind of calling the final concept here tries to do this as best as we can
save as many dollars as we can by using as much of the pre-engineered metal building, but choosing to put the least expensive space, which is the apparatus bay, that's where the ambulance is parked, in the old lumberyard. That's gonna be the cheapest level of finish we can go into that old building, pour a new floor, insulate, and we're saying, you know, our old estimate was reskinning, basically providing a new envelope on that old lumberyard. We were gonna reskin it with an insulated panel, insulate the roof, pour a new floor, and have a pretty much new enclosure. Now we would just be drawing a hard line where you see the apparatus bay end going south. From that point north, that building would be insulated with a new envelope. We would do some aesthetically pleasing creativity on the west side of that to dress it up. But everything south would just be left. The old office into the lumberyard, the entry, that would remain the kind of clay block tile that it is. And our cost estimate, it's only calculating improving the finishes of that where the ambulances are parked in that apparatus bay. Moving into then the EMA space, what is now EMA, is where we essentially have taken the exact same floor plan. It's spun and twisted a little bit, but it's apples to apples. How many dorm rooms, bathrooms, office spaces, kitchen, lounge, conference room, etc. What we were showing last time, with the exception, I think we have two more we have a bathroom for EMA, or two bathrooms for EMA. So one can kind of quickly say, you know, Chris is probably asking like, where's my space go? Because it is consuming space. That's the only way to save money is to, you know, something has to start to nudge to allow us to move the needle. So is it gone? It's not all gone, you know, because we are putting some storage into the old lumberyard. But I mean, the opportunity to just hopefully find some economics in the storage. You know, we've left kind of this long, narrow corridor on the east side of the building that we could still kind of economize how the pallet racks are there now. It's pinching a little bit, but hopefully it's still finding home for the things that we need to find home for there. We would, to make it true apples to apples, we have to probably go up. You have to utilize space above this. You know, there is a mezzanine now. We can't just say you need to go up. That's why we're not including it in our dollars cost estimate. But if there is a specific need and we can't get there, something would have to start to go up. This floor plan would have to start to fill the volume of the building more efficiently. Where, you know, is that offices that need to be up there, and the EMS space footprint needs to squeeze to get closer main level storage, or can some of EMA storage go above this that doesn't get accessed as often? That's essentially where we've landed, is that with the ultimate question of, you know, does this begin to work to serve the needs, to fit the puzzle pieces and we can work within it? Or to actually make this work, do we need to change this footprint of it to the dorms? You know, it's not uncommon in a larger community to have EMS dorms on a level. In Algona, it might seem like, why would we put our first responders just upstairs, now they gotta go downstairs to get out of the building? That seems contradictory to the simplicity that it has. But so we'd be looking, you know, to you guys to tell us if that needs to squeeze and pinch, we could put some stuff upstairs. If not, you know, the way as it shows right now, that space, the EMS space would be built with a structural floor over it and a staircase up to it, and it would be storage for whatever, for EMA, until we would know otherwise. But in the end, even doing this, we still get into that 1.7, you know, realistically, probably close to $2 million to renovate that. We just did a series of projects in Algona last week, all the Bishop Garrigan work. You know, it's not the same exact type of space, but it's a commercial bid. It was privately held, but we had 6 publicly known bidders that showed up for it. It was a pole building, bus barn, weight room, classrooms, commercial construction, same levels of finishes, and I feel just 100% confident that the numbers we are showing you are as tight as we could guide you to getting this done, unless we cut program or change the space needs.
The
question.
What was the cost before? I was gonna bring that with me, I didn't bring that.
Okay, pull it up, it's about 600,000 more than we're showing now, roughly.
It was 2,866,779 was the high end,
779?
yes.
Yeah, the bottom line right there, there's 2.3 to 2.9 is roughly where it was.
Oh, okay.
And that's maybe the quick, easy way to figure it.
So yeah, no, I mean, that's a significant difference, I guess. My first question would be, now that we've had several weeks to mull this over and especially the hospital, what is the hospital's thoughts on feasibility from your perspective? Have you had any thoughts, changes in thoughts, from our last meeting?
Yes, looking at these numbers, we would not be able to fund this entire project even at the low end, so.
Okay,
I just wanna say we really appreciate your time and willingness to look at it, and we're very appreciative
are you close or not even close?
to funding the whole thing, or to funding 50%.
To funding the whole thing is what I meant.
We're not close.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know, yeah, yeah.
I know the hospital does a lot of, you guys are much probably more routine in seeing buildings. Do you guys feel like this would align with scopes that you guys are taking off the hospital and fairness of costs?
Yeah, I think so, I think the costs are probably there, it exceeds what our initial thoughts were, tremendously.
Yeah.
And still would leave us in the situation of having to renovate current EMS space to meet our needs, and that's very significant, so. We'd be better off if we needed to do our own building.
Sure, well, and that's
So
good to
just
know.
Just for comparison, I got this from Dallas County just approved this. They're building a new facility in Dallas County, which is 10,000, it's about the same square footage as this design you have here. Same garage space, pretty much identical to what we're doing interior. Their cost was over $7 million to build new, and that's no land, that's building only. So new construction was over $7 million for the same square footage.
That's something we're going forward with?
Yeah, they approved it.
No, so who's gonna pay, how are they gonna pay for that?
I didn't ask that. I know the supervisors have just approved it a couple weeks ago. I don't know how they're funding this one.
Dallas County?
Dallas County? Oh, you do, okay.
They have, it's Waukee and that whole area down there.
Yeah,
A lot more valuation down there.
Yeah, but that's the cost to build new, for same size.
yeah. So I don't wanna direct the conversation or speak for the board, but if the hospital's not able, willing, feasible to fund the change, is there really a point in moving EMS, being we already have a facility that's working? That's where I'm at. I thought it very worth looking into, I was very supportive of doing that. But it's gonna be big dollars for the county to fund a change that we don't necessarily need. That's more of a hospital need, and that's why we were looking into it, and it was worth looking into, but yeah.
Absolutely, and we're very appreciative, so thank you so much.
And I mean, really appreciate your guys' time and work, and I know you're devoting time to that too, so, yeah.
Put a lot of time in.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we're happy to do that, there's nothing worse than to be led down a path that leads to everyone being disappointed on bid day.
Yep,
So we'll
yep.
just try our best
No,
around this,
absolutely.
do internal estimating, and this is reality, and that would be misleading, if we didn't just have a hard, honest conversation today.
No, we appreciate that.
Is that where everyone else is at?
That's where I was at,
Okay,
yeah, because we don't have the money to fund the rest of that. There's no way even.
well, and even if we did, or we find an avenue, that's my point, is why? Unless there's enough
Right,
incentive.
It wasn't a need for us.
Unless there's enough incentive to have that in EMS in that building, we have a facility now. So that's
For you, it would be, you know, planning for future growth for. you.
correct, that's what I'm saying, if there's enough incentive, when you're looking at the dollars, but otherwise, yeah, I don't know.
I agree with that.
Okay. Well, I think that might be the conclusion today then.
Yeah, should you guys have any, I mean, we're happy to keep looking at this, you know, if you guys would have follow-up thoughts that you do wanna adjust program and space needs, happy to do some more math on that, you know, those,
Yeah.
you know, producing more drawn plans is probably irrelevant in the grand scheme until we look at that number moving. And if you guys, you know, say there, or, you know, Bill's team thinks through this more and says there's a way to do it right now with less, we're happy to crunch more numbers and continue to, you know, provide some guidance there, and then if we get to a point where we feel the numbers are aligning, we can produce another schematic at that time, so just keep us in the loop.
Yeah,
Thank you.
yeah,
We
appreciate it.
it.
Yep. Alright,
Okay,
thank you all.
Yeah, good to work with you.
See ya.
Brother, come back.
Do you wanna go back to debt or back to drainage?
Yeah, let's finish drainage quick.
That's ours, but it's, we could probably, if we.
Alright, thanks, guys.
Yes, thank you, take care.
I don't know, I should have.
Get some sleep, though.
Right.
Not spent.
While we're waiting for
One meeting, you sit around and wait for the judge time to come, and the next meeting, everything buckles up, and
Yeah.
I don't know what you do about it.
Hey, we're still in our board meeting, we're gonna go back to drainage here, but can you send over, do you have the bid tab for, marking mine, for all that stuff in Minnesota, where the road crossing and stuff is?
Thanks, Dave.
Could you, yeah, if you send it to me, I'll forward it out to everybody else here.
Oh.
This one, so can you send these?
Thank you. Awesome,
suppose.
appreciate it.
Let's see. Sign underneath here. Approved by,
Yeah, wherever,
wherever.
yeah,
Send it over. Back to them and it's done.
yeah, right?
Knock stuff out.
Alright, we've got some repair requests here today. Amber, if you wanna go ahead.
Yeah, sure. In an effort to kind of make things a little bit more streamlined today with my requests, since I had so many, I called all the landowners yesterday. Request number 33 is in Buffalo Township, section 18, Bowen County Tile, approximately 50 yards east-south of intake. It was for original suture. So I talked to him. And then number 32, as you can see from the packet, there were some attachments because evidently he had to sign it, so you sent it off. Thank you for that. I spoke with him, this is Bowen County Tile in Buffalo Township, section 26. It's Hancock County Joint Drainage District 5-87, lateral 23. And that was for Mark Sweevil, and I did talk to him. Noel Krantz, I have not gotten a hold of him, left him a voicemail. It's number 31. Drainage District number 78, Buffalo Township, section 29. He says a culvert is functional, may need to be reset, water is washing around it, and you can see the part where it's washing away. Culvert is running off of the main lateral. So we'll have more conversation with him when I get a hold of him. Number 30, Merle Dodds, section 14 of Portland Township, broken missing tile. He's not sure if it's on the main or the main two, and you can see they kind of run side by side, so that will be investigated. I did speak with him. Charles Thomas, number 21, section 15 of Burt Township, collapsed tile in the field, down about 30 to 36 inches, believes it's county tile, but doesn't match up to our maps 100%, would like it looked at. There's an additional spot presenting as a divot. This is flagged as well as the original spot. He said there's a pond and then it's bubbling up a little bit further from the pond. So anyway, after conversations with him, I'll have somebody look at it. That's in Drainage District 63, either lateral 8 or lateral 8A, and that's all I have.
Okay. Kyle?
I have number 29, which, is for Lawrence Sokolsky. Swaya, section 11, large hole in field, says Derek Anderson to fix it. Do you know if, Heather, do you know if it's already done, or was he out there, or?
I think he was out there,
Okay,
but I don't know if I've gotten the bill for it yet.
okay, sounds good. Then number 34 is in section 4 of Lead Yard for Hunter Gale House. West side of 155th is not draining well, east side has intake and it drains fine, could be blocked, somewhere around there, so that's the 2 requests that I had.
Okay. Well, we need a motion for supervisors to handle their requests.
Wait,
Motion by Haas, second by Wactor.
either way.
That works.
Okay, what did you say?
Motion by Haas, second by Wactor.
Thank you.
Any discussion on the motion or repair requests? If not, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carried.
This is the season.
And talk together. We're gonna, Landon's all in favor of the same thing.
Tis the season.
Yes. Yep, please.
Just let me know that one.
Yep.
He will fix it.
That dark, it's Howard. We're back up to where we left off, I guess. Alright, thanks.
Okay, do you want me to, then just write it on there though? Even though-
Probably, cause that will be the official record.
Okay.
This is supporting documentation,
Okay.
but,
I just know one is not, so I can start it from the.
so, like previously, it would be, say, you could write out their name and then by your initials.
Okay.
And then, or by phone or whatever, or by email. So yeah, just a little more info. Yeah, email's probably better, but,
Okay.
you can,
Just
you
write.
can fill out the information for them and
Okay.
then say, and you can write right here if you need more space, but,
Okay.
yeah.
Do you want,
The meeting?
are you keeping your supporting stuff? Do you want us to keep these?
You can, I have a copy.
You have a copy?
Yeah,
I thought you told me that, and I wanted to make sure before I kept all of it.
Just make sure I'm on the same page.
Yep. And then I have put a note on each one where to send them to, okay, so then you can just do that, and I don't have to stop by after the meeting. Perfect, thank you. All your notes are very much appreciated. notes on the spreadsheet are appreciated too. Because I'm trying to keep track of mine, and it's like, oh, Heather said, so I better look into that.
I think it's right here. I never was one of them. It's the season.
Yeah, it is, it's the season for it. Oh, those are mine.
Oh, there you are. Sweet, man.
Thanks, Heather.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
You too.
For what? Oh. Okay.
Did you put the stapler back in here?
Oh,
No,
I don't think-
that's what Kyle has, it's just about the materials.
oh, okay, you're right, yep.
Yeah, and I just got the bid tab from Nathan and sent it out to everybody, just forwarded that email.
Right under my mosquito surveillance guide. Get those emails all the time. Where are we looking in that bid tab, Kyle?
Page one has the list of bidders.
Yeah.
Total bid amount and then total base bid with alternate A. Those,
Okay,
that shows the comparison between.
okay,
both processes.
right, okay. And the alternate A is just with the,
Alternate A would be plastic
right,
through the road versus concrete.
right, just through the road portion. That's the only difference between the two.
Everything else they're building in plastic.
Yes, yep, that's what I thought, okay.
Did we get a hold of Doug?
I did,
Okay.
I did,
I did
a minute ago.
not catch that, so.
I gotta think A1 excavating must not have wanted that job too bad.
You know, they were doing a heck of a good job.
I would hope
Or else
so.
there better not be any issues.
Yeah. That is a long ways off.
There's some pretty graphic differences in all of these, you know,
I mean, if you look at them, like, I guess,
Well, even from engineer's estimate to
yeah,
some of the bids, that's pretty significant.
right there, say $96,000 below.
Mm-hmm.
30%.
I just read a story where it said that, once you see assuming that the engineer's estimate was 313, once you see 313, that's what you're thinking about, 217 looks like a deal, jump all over that.
Really good
It's called marketing.
I think they called it anchoring,
Okay,
anchoring you
okay.
to a point where, I just read that again
Well,
this morning.
deal.
I bid jobs too for piano stuff, and I always go a little higher, and then your people are happier if you come in lower than if you go going a little higher. Nobody wants to come back and say it was more than we thought. So. Okay, well, we are up to discussion decision, material option for DD 129 road crossing project with Minnesota.
Yeah,
Kyle, you put
I
this on the
asked that was
agenda?
on the agenda, when we talked about this project, it's DD 129 in Minnesota, I think it's CB 41. When they were talking about the road crossing, I believe Doug had requested it be, put in as concrete and said that we would pay the difference. So, it was bid out both ways, that way, you could see what the difference is, I guess, to me, I think there's a couple things that are important here. One, and Doug, correct me if I'm wrong, but this is a section of road that Minnesota maintains, right, and is responsible for?
Well, we're both responsible for construction on the road. Yes, they maintain the top, but if there is a bridge on a road that Kossuth County maintains or Minnesota maintains, there's joint responsibility for that.
So why would they pay 100% of the plastic option on this? if
That
they're
is,
not joint
evidently, that's Minnesota law.
Okay, well, I guess,
The drainage districts are responsible for everything in Minnesota, it sounds like, not as in Iowa where the road departments are.
okay, so if this pipe fails for any reason, whether it's in a year or 100 years, Minnesota would still be paying for it, right?
No, once
right?
it's installed, it's the road department's.
Okay.
I mean, we were just up there working in that road right away, we work on tile in that road right away lot. Minnesota and on the Iowa side.
So, why would this be different than, something into the future as far as a repair? Like, we're replacing the pipe right now, why would that?
I'm trying to avoid repairs.
I get that, but I also, to my knowledge, Minnesota puts everything in plastic through the roads. Gravel, blacktop, state highways.
We have had situations in Kossuth County where plastic pipe have failed in the road right away. We've had instances in Kossuth County where metal pipes have failed in the road right away. And we have had instances where plastic pipe have burned in the road right away. So our reasoning behind concrete is that it is durable. The life cycle of that, if you look at the expense, over the life cycle of it, we believe it is greater, that it's a less costly material. So that's why.
Well, I can understand the culverts or driveway, cross pipes and stuff like that where things have burned in that example. This is a completely underground tile, so
We've had to replace plastic tile under roads because the fire has gone down in the intake, caught the plastic pipe on fire. Unfortunately, it did go out in the field and followed the road.
And whose responsibility was it to fix that? The person that burned it or the road department?
The road department, we gotta make sure the traveling public is on that. And again, in Iowa, any tile that's within the road right away, the road department, whether it's private, whether it's drainage district, once it's in the road department, road right away, the road department repairs it.
Well, this already is a tile that's in the road right away, so I guess what separates this improvement project from any other work that would need to be done?
Excuse me? Could you
What
repeat that?
separates this improvement project and the new tile that will be put in the road right of way from the current tile that's there right now? Any repairs or any, like, the current system, if it's being repaired, which is what Minnesota's doing, why would this new pipe be a different responsibility? You said once it's put there, it's the secondary road responsibility. This already has a tile there, and they're going to replace it, and they're gonna pay 100% of the cost for plastic.
The existing tile, if there's a problem within the road right away with the existing tile, it is the road department's responsibility.
Do we
Yes,
pay half or?
Minnesota law for whatever reason, the drainage district is responsible to pay for roads, crossing roads, the way I understand it, I don't know Minnesota law. And like all of our drainage district improvements, all the private drains that get approved in this room, we use concrete tile, or we bore steel. So, I don't feel that this is anything different than what we practice in Kossuth County. And I believe I did tell the board that when we did it, that I requested that they put in concrete on that road. Right after that meeting that was up, so. I believe that's the best alternative through the road right away. And I was willing to pay for it. I was willing to have the secondary road department pay for it, come out of secondary road funds.
Well, I guess to me, if the cost of the new plastic pipe is being paid by Minnesota and or the drainage district, whatever, I don't know why this situation would be different than any other repair or improvement into the future, but, I guess, we've talked about this on another project as well, DD4 Lat 11 bidding, there was significant price differences between concrete and plastic, including the rock envelope that would be quote unquote necessary to give it similar strength. And I guess with this being a gravel road and all the other factors to it, it looks like we could save upwards of $16,000 to go plastic. And I think that's worthwhile cost savings.
That's an initial cost. Again, you look at it over the lifetime of the products, and I don't know if you're gonna save $16,000 or not. I would say it's willing, if you're gonna, to spend an extra $16,000, I don't even know, I've never seen the tabs or anything, I don't know where you're getting your numbers from, I guess.
I just forwarded it out to you and Tammy and Heather and the whole board, I just got it from Nathan.
Okay, I'm sorry, I don't have a copy of that. What's the total cost of the whole project? Or the whole road crossing?
Total base bid amount, which would include the road crossing as concrete, is $217,928. Total base bid with alternate A, which would have plastic as the road crossing, was $201,368. So.
But you don't know what the road crossing itself is?
No, I don't. There's line items underneath there, but I don't know which line item correlates to which road crossing or whatever. I don't have the specs behind it. I just have they're all in that bid tab and letter of recommendation, but,
I just had a question from your guys' conversation, so if you have a tile, or you have a bridge, or you have a culvert, or whatever, is on the border, and something fails, the road department pays 100% the repair, or we pay half, or how does that, I wasn't clear, how does that work? We pay 50% and Minnesota pays 50% if something fails, or?
We have bridges up there that
Right.
we have constructed 50/50.
Cost share thing?
Yeah.
Okay, that's,
And
yeah.
we have situations where we have box culverts on county lines, same thing.
Right. I was just curious, I wasn't clear. Okay. Is there, assuming you're, or wanting a decision or
well,
a
I know,
discussion with the
yeah,
board?
Minnesota would need to know which option we want, I guess, but yeah, I think it's worth the discussion to talk about 16,000, and I don't know that, I don't know, I think that's a sizable chunk of money for crossing a single gravel road, and if you multiply that across Kossuth County for every other tile crossing that's out there, it's a significant expense.
We should probably double check the. I mean, that price difference is just
That
the
is
difference,
just the road crossing.
just the road crossing difference in.
Yeah, and
Okay.
the total project would be, let's say roughly a half a mile worth of pipe, so you're talking a total project cost of just around or above 200,000, and what, right away there would be 66 feet, Doug, is that right?
I believe so.
So, you've got a $16,000 difference in 66 feet approximately over a project that goes probably north of half a mile.
I don't know, I mean, Doug takes care of our roads, he takes care of these things, his preference is concrete, I don't have an issue with the concrete, especially if it saves, it might be initial cost now, might save money down the road, yeah, it's all my, we don't have a crystal ball. I can't see us bickering over the $16,000, I know it's a lot of money, but in the grand scheme of things, is it that much?
And you don't know the life, you can't, say one has a longer life than the other. There hasn't been any plastic tile in the ground for 100 years, so there has been concrete tile in the ground for 100 years, that's the difficulty there, yeah. But.
Yeah, and I can see certain situations where things happen, but I guess I think if every plastic tile was assumed that it was gonna fail in a substantially shorter lifespan than concrete, we've got a lot of plastic tile that's in this county and in areas around us that's in trouble. So, I think it's a worthwhile opportunity to save $16,000, and when we're talking about money on a lot of other things, I guess I would prioritize money in different directions than this for 16,000.
So Doug, is there, in your mind, is there any compromise here, try one with plastic and see where it takes us in 50 years, or is it all or nothing?
I won't be here.
I know you won't,
But like I say, we've experienced, we've had instances where plastic tile has not worked. I believe, and I will just leave it at that, and
You'd rather not?
I recommend using concrete pipe. Tied concrete pipe under the roadway.
What's that, what's tied, mean, what's it?
It's tied together so it doesn't separate.
Just doesn't matter today, but how do they do that?
There's metal ties that they
Okay.
bolt to everything.
Okay.
Anybody else have a wish, heard?
I mean, I like the idea of reducing cost and saving money in that way, but in the long run, does it save money, or is it gonna have to be?
Sorry?
Yeah, we don't have crystal balls up here, we can't, tell the future, but we can say that, yeah, the concrete has lasted, but that's also because we don't have enough plastic in it, hasn't been in long enough to really tell. I mean, so in a way, it's kind of a gamble, I mean, you reduce the cost by putting plastic in, or do you go stick with the concrete, which has been a sure thing for many years? I mean, have we had concrete pipe or roadway fail too? I mean, to the extent of plastic or?
There's been situations where the pipe actually separate, and that's why we tie them together now.
Well,
And we, on end sections, there's been some situations where they've actually failed, the pipe ties have, but we haven't had it underneath the roadway that I can recall.
so I guess if you look at the bottom of page 3, it's got alternate A laid out in 3 separate items. It's got the tile through the road, an intake and riser and grate, and the total cost for the road crossing from the low bidder was, actually, just kidding, I was looking at the engineer's estimate, and a different bidder, let me find the low bidder. I guess engineer's estimate was 1,000, 1,800, and 4,400. The engineer's estimate was 9,000, let me find the low bidder, would have been, oh no, that was what I had added up. So the low bidder, 50, 20, and 60. The total cost from the low bidder was $6,230. So I guess with the cost difference of $16,000, it looks like on top of the 6,000, it looks like we could build it 3, not quite 4 times, for the same amount of money.
So Doug, you had made a comment that you were going to do that secondary road was gonna do this.
Correct, yes.
Was that explored, like that would have been then our own labor,
No, this would have been the road department was going to pay for it.
pay for that? Okay,
It's
gotcha.
all gonna be one of the part of the project.
Okay, gotcha, so I misunderstood, thank you for that.
Yeah, so I guess you'd have $6,200 plus 16,000 on top of that, that would be their, you could figure out to be their price to go through the road.
Oh,
So total road crossing cost of 22,000 versus 6,000, roughly. I guess, I think our chances of needing to build it 4 times there are slim.
It costs 22,000 to do a road crossing for a tile? Or is
Yeah,
that-
for concrete.
okay.
I don't know, we're talking about our road, we'd rather go with something that we know is going to last. Decisions we make today affect people down the road, I'd rather make the best decision now.
I would too, but that's,
According to how I feel is the best decision, I know we all find out different things, which is great, but in my opinion, I'd rather make the best decision now, which would be concrete.
well, I guess for the sake of acting, and if there's further discussion, I'm open to that, but I'll make a motion that we use the direct Minnesota, that we would like the plastic option with alternate A for this road crossing.
Motion is to direct Minnesota that we would like the plastic option with alternate A. Is that,
Yep.
okay, someone wanna second that motion? Again, somebody wanna second that motion? Okay, well, I guess hearing no second for the motion, the motion would fail. Okay, that would conclude that topic then?
Unless anything
Do
else
you have
has
another motion to make or a different idea?
It's concrete or plastic, either or.
Right. Okay. Do we need a motion to go with one or the other, or, I mean, do they need, is this a decision that we needed to make today for directing them, or is this just a discussion point that you put on the agenda, is that?
Oh, I'd say both.
I think they need,
I've already emailed them, and according to their drainage engineer, that was adequate. What I had emailed to them.
Okay. And that's fine too, I guess if we run into issue with that, we can go from there. Okay. Well, we have discussion decision approve letters of support for project contained in federal SS4A grant application.
Yeah, I put this on the board's agenda, this is a letter of support. Hancock County, Winnebago County, Franklin County, Humboldt County, and Kossuth County have put together a list of projects to include in an application for what is called Safe Streets for All, Safe Streets and Roads for All. Ours is the road going from Burt to Fenton, making sure there's 4-inch reflective edge line and center line, paving 2-foot wide shoulders, installing edge line and center line rumble strips, reviewing and upgrading signs, and any clearing and grubbing within 15 feet of the shoulder would be part of that project. The second project includes the curve on Plum Creek Road near 240th Street, again, installing 4-inch and 4-inch reflective edge line and center line, paving 2-foot wide shoulders, installing edge line and center line rumble strips, and reviewing and upgrading signs, including speed activated flashers on the existing chevron signs. And then the last project for the safety improvement is the intersection of Colpart Drive and Orton Road. That would include upgrading signs, pavement markings, installing additional stop and stop ahead signs, and installing reflective strips on signposts, and clearing and grubbing for better sight triangles. This application is being put together. It was part of an application last year that was turned down. We are reapplying. They did not, there was some details that were left out. Buena Vista County and some of the surrounding counties put together a very similar application, and they were awarded. So we hope that this time we will be awarded with this grant.
Not sure I understand the connection between the counties you listed. What's the connection there?
We all have projects that are contained in our safety review, and we're putting them together. There's a minimum dollar amount that is awarded, so all of our projects
So
together.
you gotta add them together to get to the
Yeah.
minimum.
Otherwise they would not.
So where it says at the top, letter of support for Kossuth County projects contained in Hancock County, Iowa application.
They are the Hancock
So we're
County-
signing the support for basically what's in ours, and they're handling it to put it all together to get to the $1 million.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Sorry.
No, it's all right, there's no sorry, I just didn't understand.
Need a motion to approve these letters of support?
I'll make
Motion by Wactor,
second,
second by Garmin. Any discussion on that motion? Okay, if not, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carried.
Carter, if you could sign that letter, please. Thank you.
You bet.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. And then we have the annual financial assurance report for the landfill.
Yes, this is completed annually. I have a summary in your electronic, folder there. Our post-closure fund at the landfill was, created March 18th of 2003. On November 1 of 2007, our transfer station started operation. The landfill closure, it was closed officially September 30, 2008, or fiscal year 2009. EPA and DNR rules require landfills to be fully funded for post-closure when they close. The current balance, March 1 of 2026, of the post-closure fund for Kossuth County landfill, it is $421,879.79. Some expenses associated with groundwater testing, they're paid out of the post-closure fund. We also pay some of that, some of those funds out of, or some of those expenses out of our our transfer station operating fund. The balance of the post-closure fund 30 days after the close of the previous fiscal year was $441,369.09. The Department of Natural Resources, that is the dollar amount that they use in order to determine whether transfers need to be made into that fund, but that is the balance that they use. Our engineer's estimate of cost for post-closure care to the landfill for the next 14 years is $430,162. Our post-closure fund 30 days after the close of the last fiscal year's close is larger than the engineer's estimate, therefore no transfer is required from the operating fund to the post-closure fund. I do have the report ready to be signed, and we will email that to the Department of Natural Resources as soon as this is approved, and authorize the chair to sign the annual financial assurance report.
Was this also regarding that question you had for Elizabeth? Did you talk to her about that when we were talking about the audit report?
I did. Last year, we received a estimate that included closure for the transfer station along with the post-closure costs. The transfer station closure cost is $46,951, and there is, on the renewal of that transfer closure or transfer station permit, you do have to show that you have the ability to pay for that closure cost. The auditors included that in the post-closure, so that amount was greater. So
makes sense.
that's,
So-
and next, it was agreed that next time we are going to visit it, to make sure that that is correct, because I did not agree with what they said. They agree with what they said.
Okay.
But the fact of the matter is, the auditors claim there was $497,882. The transfer station closure cost on the engineer's estimate is $46,951. So the amount required last year for post-closure, $450,931. And at the 30 days after the previous, we had $464,000 in our account, almost $465. So we complied with the Department of Natural Resources, and actually the Department of Natural Resources sent back a letter saying that we complied with that.
So when you went, I assume that this is when and if you ever close the transfer station, somebody's projecting a rounding up, $40,000 cost?
Yes, and mainly what that is would be if the floor was full of garbage.
Oh,
It would be
the cost of it.
the cost of disposing of that garbage and trucking that garbage. That's mainly what that 46,000 is.
Thanks. I couldn't imagine what it was gonna be, the,
But it would be disposing of it if it was full.
if you ran out of money and it
Okay.
was full. Thanks.
You're welcome.
Okay, so we need a motion to approve the
So moved.
financial assurance report. A motion by Haas,
Second.
second by Garmin. Any discussion on the financial assurance report for the landfill? Hearing none, all in favor of approving, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carried. Okay.
I will date this for you, Carter.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, anything for construction in the right of way today?
There is no request for construction in the road right away.
Okay, we have discussion decision, Kossuth County Engineer contract. Doug, you provided the board a letter, was it last week? Yes, last Tuesday, regarding your proposed, compromise, if you will, with what the board had decided the past couple of times. And so we needed to discuss today then, what to do with that counter proposal, I guess, and how to move forward, so. After reviewing that, does the board have thoughts? Motions, anything? Questions for
I have a
Doug?
question,
Okay.
why just in general, without, I guess it's gonna take history, why do we have a contract with you versus anybody else that's,
Everyone has an employment contract.
everybody does?
Oh, I'm sure.
No.
No,
No,
You don't have a contract to be an employee?
no.
nobody else has a contract.
The Code of Iowa does say that you can make an agreement with the county engineer for up to 3 years.
And everybody does,
And-
I take it everybody does, is that?
Not everyone.
I think we've had a contract here for the engineer since way back when, haven't we?
Yeah, ISAC developed a contract in the mid-80s, and that's what this contract, that's what this agreement is based off of. So,
Do you know the history there? What was the purpose of separating the engineer out for having contracts for your position versus others, or no?
again, the Code of Iowa does state that the board can have an agreement with the engineer.
Is it prohibited having an agreement with somebody else?
That's what I was wondering too. What happened to?
Yeah, I don't know that, I guess.
Okay.
Well, I think the topic was at kind of when we started talking about it, and I think Doug said, is this negotiating now? Which, I think we said yes at that time. And so your letter to him sparked a letter back to us in regards to the changes that that was agreed upon in the boardroom. So I guess, wouldn't it just be, and I'm just asking, because I don't know, wouldn't we just be talking about those two things? Because those are the things that were
The two things that were proposed back?
proposed back,
Or,
or, I
yeah.
mean, evidently,
Right, I mean,
everybody else must be okay with the rest of the contract, so then we just move forward with this to try and get this decided, since we need have this finalized.
right, yep, and that's, I was about to say that very thing, ever that,
I mean, the board's already voted to approve the contract with the language that, was voted to change, and so, yeah, the discussion is just in regards to that paragraph and those two, items there, so. As far as, yeah, I mean, I don't think there's anything else in the contract we need to discuss.
Well,
And
I'll just,
I can't find, I know I had it with me the last couple of weeks, but I can't find the contract in front of me anymore.
well, I'll just open it up to the termination,
This is old.
Do you want me,
Well, it's the right language, or it's the same language, but, yeah, I just couldn't find the copy.
do you want me to print copy?
No, it's fine, that's,
cause we've got it,
yeah, I've got it somewhere.
we've got it in an email, I know we did.
Hmm.
Yeah, I've got it, but.
So, I just wanna talk about the termination without cause upon a 4/5 vote. That's kind of kind of a being in the middle, it used to be, it had to be unanimous. The vote was to change it to 3, so compromise would be a 4. I think that's
I could read
a
that.
compromise, especially when we're talking with somebody who's been here for a very, very long time.
So I got a silly procedural question. If you, and I maybe not thinking about this right, so I'm not gonna be offended by being corrected here. If you got a situation where it requires a unanimous vote, does it make sense that you can alter that situation without a unanimous vote?
Yes, because the contract as a whole only requires a majority of the board to
Approve it.
approve it.
Right.
And I guess that's one of the things I've brought up many times is there's nothing else in this boardroom that requires a unanimous vote.
Okay.
And I think the only other thing that requires a supermajority of any context is going into closed session. So
You need a supermajority to go into closed session?
So,
I think you need 2/3, which for
Oh.
Ward 5 is
Okay,
4 out of 5.
that's fair.
But, yeah,
And you need to vote supermajority for the budget too, don't you?
Not anymore.
Oh, you don't?
we used to for the
Oh,
budget, and that was
okay.
one thing I mentioned before too, is there was a time when if you were over a certain threshold, you'd have to have a supermajority to set your tax rate
Oh.
higher. But that's not even in effect anymore,
Oh,
so I think this is the only real decision of the board that would have a higher threshold than a simple majority.
No, I get that.
I can understand where he may request that, being it used to be unanimous.
Oh, yeah, I mean,
You know, you can
Trying to-
understand why that's requested. What about the severance period, do we wanna talk about that?
currently it's 6 months. Going to 9 months.
For section A, it says the board may terminate this contract at any time without cause by giving 30 days notice in writing. If requested, the engineer shall continue to render his services and be paid regular compensation up to the date of termination. And upon issuance of such termination, the board recognizes the adverse circumstances in which the engineer has been placed and therefore agrees to pay the engineer at the time of termination a severance allowance equal in amount to 6 months' salary being paid to the engineer as settlement for damages sustained in addition to accrued vacation. That is different from section B, which is for cause, and that says the specific facts upon the cause for termination is based together with the date of termination and severance allowance, if any, in addition to accrued vacation.
Right.
So The comparison between those two options was discussed before, and the severance pay is more, prescriptive in section A, which is without cause, and it's more of a discretionary thing in section B. With cause.
Yep, yep.
Well. Do we want motions or what, do we need to go forward here?
Yeah, and I wasn't sure what negotiating factors were, you were looking to come back with, and I mean, it makes sense that this is what you came up with.
Well,
I'd say from the beginning, when we had these discussions, my very first few months here, that I was the one that went and did the research with other counties, what we had with agreements and other things, and that's what, I think I was the one that came up with that. I guess I'm gonna stand by the majority, as far as the 6 to 9 months. That's not something I had thought of. I mean, I know it's for the purpose of if you're looking for another job, right? So that it's not a hardship on you,
It's a compensation for
but.
potential damages.
Well, and I have said before, like, we've had this contract that's been in place for quite a long time with Doug as our engineer, and I can see us going forward when we get a new engineer, that we may want to have different language in the contract, but I guess I didn't see my own thoughts. I didn't see any reason to change anything, as I don't know if we've ever talked about any wrongdoing here, so I mean, to me, that's, where I'm coming from.
Sure.
That he has a very good track record for Kossuth County, so I don't know why we even wanted to change it, like, let's change it if we get somebody new. If our relationship is working and he is providing us a good service, I don't know why we changed it. So, I mean, I guess if I were to say something, I would want the 4/5 vote and leave the severance period to 6 months, at 6 months.
No, I get that perspective, and it got brought up initially because, I believe there needed to be greater accountability to the board, is why it was brought up initially, and.
So, okay.
And I mean, if
How do
we're
we-
not gonna talk about,
Right.
I guess if there are any issues and what those are, because that's more of an evaluation topic than a contract discussion, but.
Right.
Yeah, and I guess to put this in a way that can be, I think, said in open session, and, I'll try to structure this appropriately, but I think we have had a number of situations that could have or would have been handled differently had there been a different structure to this contract, and I think the structure would hopefully eliminate or mitigate potential issues into the future. And I think if we make the structure, in my opinion, better for the board and for the county, then I think the rest of the dominoes behind that take care of themselves. So I guess I would stand behind what was acted on previously as far as majority, and I would also stand behind 6 months, and not increasing that.
I think the important thing to remember is that across the board, not only engineer's office, all offices, we don't always see eye to eye. But what the big picture is that department taking care of what needs to be taken care of in a very good manner. And I would say, yes, sometimes I do believe personalities get in the way of moving forward on some things. I think when we have someone who's in charge of a department, I would guess I like to say that I rely heavily on that person for making the decisions for that department, bringing decisions to our board, to make good decisions for our county. When we sometimes feel like, yeah, there's days I feel like my idea was better, but it didn't always work, you know what I mean? But the next day, the next week, you move forward and you still work together. That's part of the game. I think it's a fair compromise. And as long as we are able, right now we have an engineer who does a good job. Sounds like there's things that maybe need to be talked about. I don't know, when do we do your evaluation? I remember we did one.
Used to be every year. Section 9 says the board will evaluate the engineer on a yearly basis and present the results of this evaluation to the engineer annually.
And we did that, I know Howard and I did one.
We did it in
can't
the spring
remember,
last
but-
year.
Yeah.
Have not done it this year.
We have not done one this year.
I think any other things, okay, that they can be worked out through that process and having an open and honest conversation. I think that all can be worked out, and I think it doesn't change anything that good decisions are made for our county. So I don't know why we wouldn't compromise. I guess, to be fair, I think it would be, all right to compromise, honestly. We have somebody of tenure, a lot of years. A lot of years.
My only thought, after reading through it, you're done,
Mm-hmm.
is that without cause, I would hope we'd never get to the point where we're doing something without cause, so, I don't know, I'm not even sure why that paragraph.
The language, Howard, why it's worded without cause is because when you're terminating someone for cause, there's a very narrow scope of what is deemed for cause. I mean, if Doug shows up to work drunk, for example, that would be a for cause. You know, something that obviously that's a serious offense, right? For an employee to do something like that. But that's when we're talking about without cause. It's not that for no reason. Just making that clear. Yeah. That's why the language is in the contract. That's my take on it. I'm assuming I didn't write it up.
Yeah, and I guess I think another aspect to that is if you have different requirements on the threshold of the vote, then it calls into question or potential legal battle of, let's say there's a unanimous vote that's required, as it currently is, and let's say there's 4 out of 5 that vote to terminate. Well, whatever situation that is, they could say, okay, well, this didn't pass because cause wasn't justified. Even if they said that it is, you could be looking at a legal battle over whether the vote is even substantial enough to follow through with the action. And I guess from a liability and risk perspective to the county, I think it would be much clearer and easier if you're looking at two things side by side. The vote requirement, I think, should be the same. The only difference in that case then would be without cause would be 6 months of severance pay based on the current language, and with cause would be a discretionary topic, or discretionary amount by the board. So, worst case scenario, you'd be looking at a debate over, are we going to give 0 severance, 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, 4 months, 5 months, 6 months. You'd have a range of where you're at based on which section it would land in, hypothetically. But if you had a 4 out of 5 vote and it requires unanimous, you call into question the validity of the vote as a whole, or would be open to challenge. and I think that's dangerous. So,
I guess I just think the county, you know, from going to unanimous to majority makes me think a little bit about intentions, and it's not gonna be discussed right now, but that's where my mind goes, is intentions, and that's what I don't like about it, and I'll be very clear on that, I don't like that. I feel like if, I don't know why the need for change when he's been here so long. And that's where my problem lies with it. And I think Kossuth County should be thinking about that, because, you know, we always want to make sure we're looking out for the best interest of everyone, and not just maybe our own intentions. And I think the 4/5 is a good compromise. It's not being asked to go back to unanimous. I think it's a good compromise, and we're not putting ourselves in a position then where it can be challenged as much as going from unanimous to majority. I feel like that shows, I mean, that change was intentional, obviously, because it was changed. So now I'm just asking, what would be wrong with 4/5?
I'm doing my best to not reiterate things that have been said 100 times before, but, I think the structure would solve a lot of issues. I don't think the, severance amount that is in there currently at 6 months salary is or would be a small factor in consideration if any member of the board was looking at making a termination without cause into the future. It definitely wouldn't be a small consideration for me. I would hope that it wouldn't be a small consideration for anyone on the board, but at the end of the day, nearly every decision that's made in this boardroom is and can be made by a majority vote of the board, and I don't think that this should be any different.
Well, let's, and I'm gonna get to what you were saying, Amber, and let's not beat around the bush about what intentions are.
I don't want to either.
No, and as far as me coming into office, I had no personal issues with Doug, we'd never worked together, I mean, as far as any of that, but I came into office knowing that this was something that I thought needed to be changed, because this was a concern brought from the public and from employees prior to me getting on the board. That's why I brought it up initially. And so that was my intention, and visiting with other supervisors and issues that they've had in their counties. And I said at that time, and I'll say it today, I don't care if it was my best friend or my worst enemy that we're talking about, or anywhere in between. I'm looking to set it up for the future, because you're gonna get, Doug may work another 5 years down the road, I don't know, 10 years down, whenever you wanna retire, but like, the board is not gonna be thinking about this kind of a language at that time. They're not. And so, and that's exactly what's happened in another county that I've visited with, and they just glossed over, forgot to change it. So I'm just trying to set up the county moving forward in the future, and that was my intention coming into office. That was something I said I will work on to people in my district. That's my perspective. It may be very different from anybody else in this board, but that's where I'm at, and that's really all I had to say, yeah.
And I appreciate you talked to other counties, and I talked to another county, and it was just one, and they did say that this same thing caused a great problem for their county, and changing that, so I'm.
Changing the contract caused a great problem?
Causing, that it wasn't a unanimous vote.
Oh, the unanimous vote causing a problem?
No,
Oh, so the counties I talked to, that was the problem.
no,
Yeah,
no,
I've talked
opposite.
to dozens of.
But either way, different perspectives, that's fine.
Yeah.
Different
It is
counties
just-
have different
it is.
situations, I get that.
It is, and I'm just looking out for the future too, and future problems that this could cause, but, you know, I've said what I wanna say, I guess I don't, you know,
But you know my intentions that way, and why I
you know.
started out 3 years ago.
I wanna just ask a question about what you said, the people, public is concerned about it taking a unanimous vote? Okay.
Yeah, I've heard that countless times from members of the public, other employees, business owners, it's been brought up in conversation many times in my time in office.
And I'll say, in all of my years here at Kossuth County, I've never heard it one time,
Different perspectives, and that's what.
never heard it one time.
Well, we do need we can go around, but we do need to have some sort of a conclusive discussion, or motion, or, well, if we're gonna leave it the same, we don't need a motion, but, if there's a desire to
We need to do
change.
something to answer to the letter.
Correct, that's what I'm getting to, if there's a desire to change, or something to communicate to Doug, it does need to be decided.
I'm gonna make a motion,
Okay,
to change it to 4/5 of a vote of the board instead of being a majority, or instead of being unanimous, which it was in the past, and not extending the severance period from 6 to 9, leaving it at 6.
okay. There's a motion to change the word, since we already changed the word unanimous, it'd be to change the word majority to 4/5, for the upcoming contract, and not extend, and leave the severance period the same. Right,
Yeah, leave it at 6.
leave it at 6 months, yep.
I'll second that.
Okay, there's a second by Haas. Further discussion? If not, roll call vote please.
Wactor,
Aye.
Garmin,
Yes.
Stecker,
No,
Haas,
Yes.
Nath,
No.
Wactor. Oh, I should have went to Wactor first before you.
technically, yes.
You
but-
should have, but that's fine, it wouldn't have changed. It gets confusing.
I would say no.
What was that?
No.
Motion failed.
Okay, motion failed.
This is just our side, he would still have to agree to it, right?
This is for the new contract.
If he doesn't agree to it, we wouldn't have an engineer.
And anything else from the board that would change what we communicate back to Doug?
The only thing I would say as another compromise is leave it the language that we wanted with majority. And then if he desires the 9 months, I would compromise with the 9 months severance if he accepted the majority.
Is that your motion, or is,
Yeah, I think that is a motion.
I didn't know if you were making a motion or if you were just saying.
Yeah, well, it was a thought, but yeah, I can make that as a motion.
Okay, the motion is to extend the severance period of the contract from 6 to 9 months. in paragraph 10A. Okay. Is there a second to that motion?
And that's to change the vote to majority also, right?
Leave it as what we proposed as majority.
That's been voted on.
Yes.
Again, a second to that motion at all? Okay, well, motion fails for lack of a second. Two of those. Okay. Well, Doug,
Do you want a motion to formally offer the contract as changed previously? I mean, I don't know that we need a motion to keep it what was already discussed, but
that's fine, if you want written
I made a
direction.
motion to offer the contract as discussed and changed previously.
Okay, there's a motion by Stecker. Somebody wanna second that motion? Again, does somebody wanna second that motion? We don't wanna provide written notice? Okay. Okay, motion fails or?
Basically, the motion is just to stay where we're at.
Correct.
Yes,
Okay,
it's just to kind of finalize and wrap up the conversation.
So,
but,
can I clarify?
yeah.
Is this offering the contract to Doug, so you're saying we're gonna sign the contract with Doug at what we just?
With the terms that were discussed.
Okay, just wanted to clarify.
And voted on previously.
Because we've never actually voted on the contract itself.
As a whole, it was just a specific change to it.
Right, and when it was put on the agenda, I was a little bit confused with the fact that we only voted for that change. The contract was given to us, and then all of a sudden, bam, here's this change. We never really sat down and discussed that contract in its entirety as a full board. We discussed that one change.
Well, it is on the
The
agenda.
contract as a whole would have been discussed at the time that change was made, but
Was it?
This has been on the agenda as far as, if there's other things that are concerning in the contract, and when we brought that up at the time, and nobody had anything else.
It was on there to approve the contract.
Right.
The only thing we discussed was changing the language of that one item.
To come up with a.
That's my only point.
Yeah,
And I'm gonna stand by that point.
yeah.
So what does that mean? What's the end result gonna be if this, where are we at?
Where we're at, we don't have a Kossuth County engineer if he doesn't sign the contract as it is.
And how is it?
It's as it is written there with,
with a majority vote.
just with the change of one word.
And you were making the motion for what purpose today? Just to reaffirm it?
Kind of reaffirm it and put a bow on it, say this is the final product.
Because the engineer has the opportunity to ask for negotiations, and he did do that, and he sent us a letter back.
Yeah, so this would just say, this is the final product of what we're offering. I'd be fine with recreating the language of that motion if anyone has a different desire or specific, but that was the purpose of it, to put a bow on it and say this is the final product.
Was that, I didn't hear a second to the motion after calling twice, so, that motion would fail then too. So it just leaves it as is without a written finalized vote of the board.
Are there any other changes besides these two that we discussed today that someone has in mind?
I'm just saying, as a board member, I would have liked the opportunity to sit down in a meeting and go about it in a little bit of a different manner. I already knew prior to that I wasn't gonna win that conversation. So, I would have liked to sit down with Doug, and yeah, in this fashion, that was fine, and go through all of the items, and hear his opinion on it. It is his contract, he is the one who's been, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, did we not give you a 40-year award the same day we decided to change our contract without much conversation?
No, that vote was taken, what, 2+ years ago?
I'm talking about what we did in this boardroom here, when I was here, I don't care what you did 2+ years ago. I'm talking about what we did that day, and we did that day. And I don't like the way we've gone about this. I think we could have sat down and went through all of the terms, that's where I go on intentions, it's the only thing we talked about.
When we brought the contract up last, we discussed it, I asked Doug if there was anything else in the contract that he was looking to change, and he said he was satisfied with the language of the contract. That's why this wording was the only discussion point. Because the board did not have any other concerns about it, and Doug did not have any other concerns about it. And so that's why we only discussed that wording. Yes, Doug?
Will you please make it clear that I never, and have always questioned the action taken by the board. I think even in the minutes of your last action, you were talking about the contract as it exists today. And there are two parties, and I documented and written letters to the board saying that you cannot change a document as it is written today.
It would be as of July 1st, you are correct.
This would be the new contract. The current one will expire at the end of June. We're not changing terminology.
Discussion was held regarding the Kossuth County Engineers contract that expires June 30, 2026. Motion by Stecker, seconded by Wactor to amend the Kossuth County Engineers contract in section 10A, replacing the word unanimously with the word majority. You're talking about a contract that expires June 30 of 2026.
That was the minutes from a couple weeks ago?
That is the minutes.
Should have been for July 1st.
You approved of them. Those are the approved minutes. And for one party to amend a written agreement in a two-party agreement, you cannot do that. You cannot amend it. You have to have two parties agree to that amendment.
I agree.
Okay, thank you.
Yep,
So-
I don't think that was the intention of the board there.
I think that is the minutes of the board that I just read.
Okay, well, apologize that those minutes, we did not catch, either did not catch the error or did not reflect what, I don't think what the motion.
I still didn't catch the error. What was the error?
He's saying he's talking about the current contract that's in effect versus the future contract to be offered,
Okay.
which, I think the conversation has been very clear all along that it was for the contract that would start July 1st, 2026 and proceed from there, but, I think we can apologize for a lack of clarity in the minutes if that's the case, but, the changes to the terminology has always been for the upcoming contract, not the current one.
And I have never, the way Carter made his statement, I understood it that I was agreeable to that, and I have not been agreeable to that.
You're agreeable to the terms of the current wording of your contract.
I will
That's what I was meant to say. I'm sorry if I was not clear.
Should we get Todd's opinion on this?
We can
On how
certainly
to
do
handle
that.
this?
We can certainly
Because
do
I
that.
didn't know what you were talking about when you referred to a couple years ago. But, I do have some documentation here, but I know something happened in closed session, so of course I'm not privy to the closed session, back in 2023. July
What do you
11,
mean by what happened?
2023, there was a closed session. Well, you referred to in something you said to me about, we did this a couple of years ago. Oh, what do you mean you did a couple of years ago? I guess I don't know. And I said I was only talking, or maybe you said it.
I think Kyle
I-
just said
Okay,
it.
and I
what-
was
what
talking
was-
about just now, actually.
What was done a couple of years ago was the current contract that's in effect is an automatic renewal because it was not brought to the board before the new term would have started. So since that contract automatically renewed, there was a action to terminate automatic renewal of the contract that we are currently in, which is why it would expire at the end of June. And then in conjunction with that, there was discussion about the entirety of the contract, and the change that was desired at the time was changing unanimous to majority. So that whole contract was discussed at that point in time, and that's the motion and vote that would have been referenced probably by Carter and I both to lead into the more recent discussions about this.
Right, that was the purpose behind not automatically renewing, right? You just, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, so this one
Yeah.
won't automatically renew, so
I got
we need to clarify terms for the future contract.
Did Doug agree? Cause it has to be two parties. Did Doug agree to not automatically renew that contract? Cause that's part of the contract, correct?
Automatic renewal is not a dual,
If you wanted to
Dual
call Todd up, we
authorization.
can.
I think we should.
Okay.
we can call him up.
I think we should.
See
And if
see
you can't come today, I
it's
think we need an opinion.
1:41.
Hi Todd, it's Howard. You got a minute to come up to the boardroom? You have a question on the contract language?
Okay, okay. Oh, that's fine. All the way. All that way.
You know where the call's coming from when you get a call?
Yes.
You get a call in here?
Yeah,
I think so.
Shows up on the screen.
Yeah, yeah.
Yep. I printed a copy off for Todd, so he can have it in front of him.
Okay.
Morning, Todd.
Hello,
Here, I'll give you a copy of what we're talking about, so you have a
Todd was requested you come up, because we're discussing paragraph 10A in the county engineer's contract. And the board has, there's some confusion over, the board has voted a couple of weeks ago to change the word unanimous change the word unanimous to majority, and that's already been voted on. I think the question was, or maybe Amber, you should ask the question.
I can ask the question.
Why don't you ask the question?
Yeah, so,
I don't wanna get it wrong.
and I do have an email that I had sent Todd, and it kinda does outline my questions.
Okay,
But my question goes back to 2023, there was a closed session, and after the closed session, it does say that, a decision was made following the closed session to not have the engineer's contract automatically renew. I asked the question, did Doug agree to that? Because I thought the contract, I thought we were supposed to be,
yeah,
both parties agreed. And so I wanted to know, if he didn't agree to that, was that even a change that actually took place? I just wanted some kind of proof that he actually agreed to that. Did we get a letter? Do we have something stating that this was mutually agreed upon?
no,
It was 3 years ago. So, so to me, did that even happen?
we're looking to approve a contract for July 1st. And so, is it being that we did not receive a letter or written consent back that the contract would not automatically renew? I guess, does it mean that it's still automatically renewed?
That's what I wanna know.
But that, in my mind, didn't seem reasonable, then as an employee, you're just stuck in that way, I don't know, but what's your opinion on that?
Well, I acknowledge Amber did send me the email with the questions and that, I haven't done any deep dive into it. I mean, there's a lot of issues that sounds like are going on here as far as, you know, what happened in 23, regarding, the renewal of the contract, and then you're asking me what 10A,
Now, I may have derailed you a little bit, I probably should start with the automatic renewal question, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
I mean, I don't have, other than what I have, and I haven't had a chance, I'm taking the chance, obviously, to review that, so, I mean, clearly, I want to review that before I
Sure.
offer an opinion.
sure,
You should have all the attachments too, so.
Is that all of
I
that's
think
in there?
I attached everything.
Okay. Yeah, so I'll take a look at that and review that and let you know what I think,
okay,
at least what my opinion is.
sure.
But, so the question regarding 10A is what?
Well, I think maybe okay, maybe, correct
Whether
me
or
if I'm wrong,
not, whether
Amber,
or not the automatic renewal occurred?
and then that would kind of negate any other decision the board
Okay,
made
so
about
just-
10A, so forget 10A for now.
Okay.
And look into the automatic renewal,
Okay.
yeah,
Because if it did automatically renew, it's a moot point.
I think that's what Amber's going for there
Okay.
in her question.
So that's the question that you have for me, okay.
Yeah, I believe so, yeah.
Yeah, it's kinda all in there. If you need a refresher.
Okay. I will do that.
Okay, well, appreciate it.
And when do you want it done by?
Can it be done by,
Time is of the essence.
is this something you can look into by next Tuesday, or?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
So you want it on the agenda for next Tuesday?
I guess we'll put it on the agenda for next Tuesday then.
Okay,
Okay,
will do.
thanks for your time.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, well, let's conclude our discussion on that today then, and leave that there. And we'll wait to see what Todd comes back with, cause that'll determine the direction we go from there. reasonable to the board? Yes, Doug?
There was a statement said that if there is no agreement, that the present county engineer is if there is no agreement, that the present county engineer is no longer employed as of July 1. Was that statement made?
I don't know, did I say something like that? I didn't
No,
know that.
I don't think you said that.
Supervisor Stecker.
Okay, I was gonna say I didn't.
Is that the intention of the board of supervisors to, I mean, are you putting me on notice that I do not have a job? Please, if that is the case, please, will you please allow me at least to know that, so that I can start looking for different jobs?
If that was the intention, the board would notify you of such, but that, I think it's true you wouldn't have a agreement then come July 1st, but as you've stated even, you can still be employed without having a specific agreement.
Well, there was a statement made by one of the supervisors. Is it in the intention of the board that come July 1, if there is no agreement, that I will no longer be the county engineer?
I don't think that's intention's been stated.
That's certainly not my intention.
Certainly not mine.
We're talking about an agreement about a contract, so that,
Will I be notified of the board's? I was the last person to put notification to the board of supervisors. Will the board of supervisors be notifying me of what is going on?
100%.
When will that happen?
That we will see what the conclusion of, the county attorney's finding is next Tuesday as far as how we move forward, and I'll notify you from there.
And has what the county attorney is giving you an opinion on, has it been written? Is there something in writing that he is supposed to be deciding or giving an opinion on?
I sent him an email on March 26th that outlines my questions. I do feel like he has requested that if we have something for an opinion to request it in writing, but I think him being here and saying that, he will do it. I think he will do that in writing, no doubt.
No, I mean, what he is providing an opinion for.
Will he provide
Has
that in
that-
writing?
No, has that, because I'm not sure what he is providing an opinion for.
On whether your agreement is automatically renewing or not?
That was my first question in the email that I sent.
So, there is a question about,
I guess if Supervisor Garmin
I'll
sent him
stop.
a written question, I would consider that sufficient, but,
I'd be happy to share it, so that Doug knows what I questioned.
so paragraph 12, is that what the opinion will be on? Which is, in the event written notice is not given by either party prior to 90 days?
yes, I would, but yeah, that sounds right, but, yes. Yes, it'd be paragraph 12. Right, you're correct. Do you have anything else for discussion today?
We are continuing to work for the transition in the 2-week pay period. Possible use of electronic devices is being discussed. We are still waiting for the drainage out at the county farm. Water, the last time we checked, there's too much water exiting the tile to get an intake installed. When it gives us an opportunity, we will get that taken care of. We are installing pipeliners on R14, which is under contract to be resurfaced. That's starting today, and hopefully in 2 or 3 days that will be completed. I would ask everybody that's using R14, we have traffic control out there, we have people signing, trying to allow people to go around in an orderly fashion. Please cooperate with those people. I'm getting ready to request for some quotes for trucks, pickups, trailers, a mower for the transfer station. I've got a request for quotes is due to me April 13th, so April 14th we will review that. The engineer's garage is supposed to be starting the end of this week as far as getting a new roof. And then I'd like the board's opinion. I'm in the process of writing a policy for hours of work and overtime. And will the board agree that hours of work and overtime would be the same as what it is currently as in contract for the secondary road department?
Just as well read what that is now.
That was one of the points we discussed when all the guys were in, that it differs from the handbook.
It is.
Right. Is it?
The hours of work are 8-hour days, 5 8-hour days in a working day. The work week is defined as 168 hours, 7 consecutive days, 7 24-hour periods. Normal work week is 5 consecutive days, starting on Monday, ending on the Sunday. And in times of emergency, employer can adjust the daily starting and quitting times. Regular working day is 8 hours with a half-hour lunch. Paid, or it's not paid. It is they punch in at 7:30, leave at 4, take a half-hour lunch during the middle of the day. There's nothing to guarantee them the hours per day or the number of days per week. And the shift is what is defined as 8 hours of continuous pay period occurring during the same calendar 24-hour workday. Overtime then is 1 1/2 times. It is for any work performed outside the designated 8-hour workday, and it has to have approval of the supervisors, the foreman, the county engineer. Saturdays and Sundays are also overtime. And callbacks are, if after leaving work, somebody's called back to work, a minimum of 1.5 hours is the appropriate rate of pay. That's the contract.
And so the difference is that otherwise it would be after 40 hours?
Well, there is, in the handbook, there is a definition of 40 hours. The emergency medical service and jailers, there's something different there. They are, at the end of that paragraph, please note that work period used for computing overtime and the types of hours counted as time worked for the purposes of determining overtime may differ. And then parentheses, it's emergency medical services and jailers.
I think that's because of their schedules and the 2-week rotations, kind of from a scheduling perspective for those.
My question, and I could have heard you wrong, is there secondary road, is there overtime based on a day or a week?
After 8 hours.
After 8 hours, they get
work.
overtime.
Each day.
What do you, each day, so what do you do in the summertime
There-
then? when
That is-
they're the 10-hour days,
then it is 10 hours.
and then it's 10 hours.
And there's always been a letter of understanding, but it would be after a full
Okay,
day work.
okay.
I guess
I will bring that to the board for their approval, your approval next week.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep.
And the May 2nd cleanup went pretty well. We had 13 people bring in household hazardous waste. We had 15 appliances dropped off, 11 cathode ray tubes, 13 flat panel monitors, and 6 CPUs. So, it went pretty well there, and I think that outgoing, I know they brought a couple of loads of garbage up to the transfer station as well, so I think that people in Algona worked well for them as well.
Now, can I bring up hazardous waste anytime
Wednesdays
on Wednesdays?
and by appointment.
So I had meant to get up there on Saturday, had a family emergency, but, yeah, I don't know if I can, it's only by appointment, or you can by.
By appointment on Wednesday morning, yeah.
Okay, okay, I may have some stuff to bring up at some point. Okay. Anything else for discussion then?
That's all that I have.
Okay, anything else from the board? Alright, well, thank you, Doug.
Thank you.
Josh, no, Tammy, sorry, I'm gonna skip over you.
Reminder, 2 o'clock today, open enrollment at the election center. On the 11th, next Monday, planning and zoning meeting, over repealing the pipeline ordinance, that's at 5 o'clock.
What did you just say, what day?
The
Next Monday.
11th, next
Monday.
Monday, yeah.
5 o'clock.
Fine.
If you go into,
I should write that down too.
if you go into your board packets, board meetings, but click on May 19th.
Oh, yeah, I've already done that, cause I was like, why is May 19th in there?
Sorry, I wanted it to be in there so you could look at it today. In this week's paper will be the budget amendment public notice. And so I kinda just wanted to go over it with you, so if you got questions, you knew what it was quickly. I know you wanna get out of here, so we'll try not to take too much time, but, so if you go down to public safety and legal services, 40,000, 20,000 is for ambulance, 20,000 is for, medical examiner, which is mostly autopsies. Ambulance, if you look at his fund balance, he looks like a large fund balance, but he has some large expenses coming out. He has over $200,000 for an ambulance and over $200,000 in payroll left. And so he's just a little concerned and would like to have just that 20,000 there for peace of mind. Although he has, I think, a $300,000 fund balance even after those large expenses, but he was concerned about it, so.
And there's 200,000 of payroll left. So how's he gonna make it through July, August, and September?
He just has to make it through June.
No, I'm talking, if his fund balance is only 300 and some thousand, after that, you said, you know, he probably doesn't need the amendment. How is that 300 and some thousand gonna carry him July, August, September?
Yeah. I don't know.
Okay, well, that would be concerning. I might just call him and ask.
Yeah,
Good to get clarification on
Mhm.
yeah.
He has some revenue before tax revenue and stuff, right?
Yeah, you have revenue coming in every
Yeah.
month from calls for service.
Well, and he'd still have his fund balance too. I mean, or
I
his,
thought you just said he'd be 300 and some thousand left of his fund balance.
Is that budget or fund balance?
it's budget, his
Okay.
budgeted fund
Fund
balance.
Oh,
No,
So,
it's his
'cause
budget. He's gonna approach his budget, but his fund balance is more.
I have to look, now I'm confusing myself.
Okay.
But, cause he has his own 26,000 fund, so I know the budgeted amount right now is after those two big ones, cause he has like 700,000 left, but he says he's gonna have over 200,000 in ambulance, over 200,000 in payroll. And that's budgeted fund balance, so I haven't looked at what his actual fund balance is. So I would have to check on that. Physical health and social services, the 33,452 is opioid expenditures that have been approved. County environment and education, 25,000, that's the fair. They didn't get their request in for last year, so you approved paying it this year. Administration, 40,000 is for supervisors, mostly because of the pipeline and solar ordinances. All of that has gone over quite a bit. And then miscellaneous, which is for the audit, $17,000 from last year's office was paid July, so that put us over for this year. And then capital projects, 12,000 is for conservation reserve. They're asking for $12,000 extra there.
What did you say the miscellaneous was again? I was confused.
Audit, so $17,000 from last year's audit. The bill wasn't turned in and paid till July, so it came out of this fiscal year, which put us over budget for the audit.
Okay.
So
Was it because we extended it so then we didn't actually pay them until after, or
Well-
like, is it, why would they send it like,
I don't know. It could be.
okay.
So it wasn't paid in 24-20, or it wasn't paid last year, but was paid after
Okay.
July. So, any questions about any of that? Okay. That's all I have.
Josh?
I did not have any meetings, but I do have a meeting next Monday for, 9 o'clock board of directors.
Okay, Amber?
I don't think I have anything, I'm just sure I didn't.
Okay. Or did you have any?
No, me,
Okay,
no,
okay,
no, no,
alright,
no,
Kyle?
no.
I had a Kossuth Economic Development meeting last Tuesday afternoon, and Palo Alto County is withdrawing from the Kossuth Palo Alto County
Oh, really?
Economic Development Partnership.
I heard that was a possibility.
I heard that
Reasons
too.
or?
No, yeah, I mean officially, no, yeah, I guess unofficially, I would say evidently they didn't feel they were getting,
Benefit or?
enough benefit out of it, and, thought maybe the guy was spending much more time on Kossuth County, but he had, the guy, I shouldn't say that, should I say Todd, spent more time, but he's got documentation showing what he's done in both counties, and that seems unsubstantiated. There was talk, and then just, if their meetings were recorded, you could hear this talk there too. I mean, there was talk that they think it's more predominantly coming from Emmitsburg, not the whole county, but I don't know if that's documented.
Their concern is coming from,
And the action also,
Okay.
and the action, it sounded more like,
The focus is Emmitsburg and not the whole county, is that?
no, the people in Emmitsburg are the ones that are unhappy.
Oh, okay. Well, and Emmitsburg as a community has been struggling too,
Yeah.
to keep and retain business, yeah.
So, I mean, I wanna tell you everything I know, but that's about all I know about it, but if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
did they talk about implications to the budget and operations going forward?
They danced around it. I think Linda Connect is on the edge of retirement, and maybe that would help their budget, and, yeah, I don't think they fully addressed it, but
It'll
they
be a
did,
conversation.
for a couple cycles, they hadn't had official notice, but they do have official notice to withdraw.
Okay.
believe, it might be July first, I don't know, up until then, or, so, I don't know how you continue working, you know, if, so, yeah, that was,
Interesting.
yeah.
Okay,
Do they plan on opening their own office then?
There was talk about, they had made contact with various other counties and stuff, but how they would go about it. The general, again, I hesitate to say this, probably, the general consensus was that they don't know what they're doing, but.
Okay.
That's not my consensus, that's what I heard.
Sure.
You know, so. I would say it would be a, I think they were in at 40/60, is that correct? Do you remember? Palo Alto was paying 40% of the.
40%, yes.
I think so.
Yes, yep, it was 40.
So, I would think it would be a big, so I assume the supervisors in Palo Alto County, or their amount they contribute goes to Palo Alto County Economic Development, and they're not gonna continue to fund a joint. But there was also talk, if there was one thing, there was talk about they had invested money in a logo and letterhead and everything, and there might be some expenses toward redesigning, and I don't know what, and that it would be their
Rebranding.
responsibility to,
You always go back to what it was before they joined.
but anyway.
They still have that. Just a thought.
So you know about it, I guess you could call Todd if you have more questions about that. Yeah, I would think it'd be a serious event to their budget.
Okay.
I believe that's all I have.
I had no meetings, either, so. I do need to read here, we had a, letter from Derek, our IT director, says, I'm writing to formally resign from my position as IT director for Kossuth County effective Wednesday, May 13th, 2026. This decision was not made lightly. I am grateful for the opportunity to serve Kossuth County over the past 12 years. I appreciate the trust placed in me to manage county technology infrastructure, support county departments, and lead IT initiatives. I have enjoyed working with the team and contributing to the county's operations. I will do everything possible during the next 2 weeks to ensure a smooth transition. This includes completing current projects, documenting ongoing work, and assisting with the handover responsibilities. Please let me know how I can best support the team during this period. Thank you again for the opportunity to serve Kossuth County. I wish the county and the entire team continued success in the future. Sincerely, IT Director for Kossuth County, Derek Olson. Dated May 4th, excuse me. So, that being said, we're gonna need to move on advertising for a position sooner than later. It's an important thing to have in place.
We should make sure his, job duties are up to date, his
Job description.
job description, yeah,
Mm-hmm.
is up to date, so that we have that for
Right.
the interview process and things.
Yep.
The other thing would be, we probably need to know,
I think Donna has a job description, so.
right, and he, I'm sure, has a listing of everything that
I'm sure.
is access to and things like that, so that we know that we go through the proper steps of that.
Right.
And do we need to send him a letter accepting his resignation? Which is kind of difficult to do.
Probably should.
We could do that, yeah. Yep. And I can write that if the board's fine with me doing that. Accepting this resignation,
Right, put it on board letterhead.
yeah. Tammy can help me with that. So, okay, and then Donna also sent me her, job description to be posted, and then I looked fine to me, so, we'll get to advertising for that position soon as well.
I think she's already
Oh,
advertised.
yeah, okay, we're already advertising for
Do
that.
you know what the deadline is for applications, do you remember?
No, I don't, but let me see if I can find it on the website, just a second.
Hearing to listen.
Wait to hearing to listening.
Yeah.
You have to, hey, I have to be a good listener too, I can't just hear, I gotta listen too. I know, HR is not for me.
Well, I don't see it on our website.
It doesn't matter, I don't
Okay.
think I can stop it, it's not me too.
But- Let me see what it says
Not
on
like it's
Indeed.
not important, I'm just curious.
Sure,
Let's see what it says on Indeed.
Okay.
She said she put it on Indeed. so-
okay.
Well, are we gonna have conversations about starting wages?
We're gonna have to, yeah.
Yeah. 'Cause we'll probably have to have those conversations before we interview in case that question pops up.
Correct.
And that question will pop up.
It will pop up,
Yeah.
they're gonna want to know how much they're
Yeah,
getting paid.
both positions, yeah.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely.
Are you saying you want something on the agenda or?
Well, I mean, we're gonna have to talk about it.
Should probably discuss both positions' salaries, or what to advertise,
Could
what to
double
offer.
check with Todd, that may be able to be exempt session for the terms of the employment, but I don't have that pulled up in front of me.
I mean, we talk about all the budget numbers openly, so I don't know if it's a huge
Toss it
matter
in.
either way, but yeah, no, I, that's fine. Okay,
Okay, so,
Alright.
so who's gonna do the advertisement for the IT position? Are we gonna have HR work with Derek
that's what I would say,
to put together
and
a good advertisement?
that's what I would say.
I think so. That would be good.
Can tell Donna to talk to Derek.
Okay.
Who puts it together for Donna's position? She said she had something out already, I heard
She
that,
already did that.
and it's already out.
Mhm. She told me it was already out.
Which good, because we need to get something in there to have a little training.
I'm not finding it, but,
You're not finding it? Well, I'll talk to her about it, so.
Yeah,
Yeah.
maybe have her just email us the advertisement, just so in case somebody asks us questions, we have that.
Yep.
You can call her, extension 500 and see
Yeah,
if
why
she
don't
could
we call
just
her quick and
email
see
it
if she
to
could
us.
just email it to us and then.
Probably going to lunch now this afternoon.
Oh.
Call her about, what am I missing?
If she can post us or send us the advertisement and job description for her job and if it's been advertised to.
Okay. Yeah, she must be out to lunch.
I think it needs to be dealt with, but I've attempted to bring that up for years and it's gone nowhere, so.
I didn't want to bring it up, I thought we were dealing with it.
Dust control.
Oh,
So I'm gonna stop down and ask him a couple questions. No, about when we're gonna do that,
Private
private
residences, and I mean, the
people.
comment was made last week that roads are not ready for that yet. I guess I haven't seen any roads that I would put in that condition. I think our roads are pretty solid shape right now.
And what is what is the process? Do you have to ask for it and pay for it to get it? Or
I
is
know
there
you
just,
have to privately pay for it, but I don't.
are there
I-
certain roads that just automatically get it for the county, that the county pays for, or anything like that? It's
Maybe.
all based upon the,
The only thing that we pay for, to my knowledge, is, if we have to detour a road, and if the detour or possible local detour would be a gravel, I think we apply dust control there for construction purposes, and then, private individuals could request and pay for their own outside their house. A-bait would be an exception to that, and that could be discussed whenever, but if there's any changes to make there, but yeah, no, we don't typically pay for,
does ABAC pay for their own dust control?
no. addition to not supporting our EMS expenses.
Exactly, that's why I asked the question.
Yeah,
A loaded question.
That's why I asked the question.
it's a loaded topic.
So, I'm not insulting your intelligence, but I think that it goes through the engineer so that the motor grader operator doesn't blade it away type of thing.
Yeah, sure, that makes sense.
They try to get things, there are still, I'm not saying they're well traveled, I have no idea. I was on a road where it was on the north side of the grove, and I'll bet you there's still frost coming out in that one. Yeah, it just, it was a mess, yeah.
Yeah, probably.
But I also was on a road where I thought they'd already put dust control down for the year.
Really,
Were
cause
you
it was
in
good.
Kossuth County?
Yeah, I was just on 100th Avenue, a mile
Okay.
mile north of Highway 18, I think, unless, I don't, unless it was left over from last year, but look,
No, I don't know from last year.
so. Okay.
I mean, last week Doug had said that he hadn't gotten any requests, which
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, I don't know if everybody remembers the request either, that's not my, they might assume since they've done it.
I am glad I don't have to.
Yeah. I don't know what it costs, but.
I don't either, but I know it's probably worth spending the money because I used to live on gravel and, yeah, it was bad sometimes.
Especially if you're close to the road, it's
It was bad at our, where I grew up.
You wanna hang your clothes out?
Or to be out there in general with the way people fly down the gravel roads, it's like.
You get a cloud.
Well, even a tractor makes a big cloud of
Even a
dust,
tractor.
and you don't have to be flying, right?
no.
You feel
Grill,
bad.
your burger's got grit and.
Protein.
Well,
Anyway,
I'd make motion
okay,
to adjourn.
yep, motion by Stecker to adjourn. Need a second?
Second.
Second by Wactor, any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of adjourning, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, any opposed? Motion carried, adjourned at 12:11.
10.